All right. How's everybody doing today? Hope you're all doing well. Today we're going to be diving back into Factor Y. And in the last episode, we got some modules going, and I have learned a helpful tip that I did not know existed. So apparently we can turn these back into the original blueprint. So that's something I had been concerned about, right? But you can do it. So if you're in the module mode, the planner, there is a button to somewhere. I'll have to find how to do it. How do we do it? There's a demodularize button somewhere, somehow. You click on it, maybe? There it is. And then you can do that. So we can get back what existed previously and then modify it. So the reason that's useful is for a nested blueprint, such as the long inserter, we might want to unmodularize it, or unmodularize this so we can improve it, right? Because there's probably a better way for me to do this now. Maybe. And we can make our long arm inserter one better. Although I think I already figured it out. It would just make it one tile smaller, potentially. I could probably make this one tile smaller. Yeah, I think I can. Because, well, let's see. If that's there, then I can move this into the middle. The problem is feeding this one. I guess it can just feed itself. The count, it's gonna buffer too much though there. Yeah. What if I do that? I guess it would restrict the maximum it could be fed. So yeah, I mean, we could improve our long inserter by one tile. I don't think I'm going to. I think it's too much work for one tile, to be honest. So I'll just leave it the way it is, but that is a nice feature to have. So yeah, exactly, Vadamouse. It's far more versatile that way. And that way, if we're using nested blueprints, we can always unmodularize the outermost one to save some space. The problem is, here's the problem, is once we make a module, we've already taken advantage of the rounding and we've dealt with the buffering issues. And the problem is if you unmodularize it, now you're reintroducing those buffering issues again. Right? Because in this system, if we compare the thing versus its module, I have to sneeze. Maybe. It's one of those sneezes that isn't coming. It's the worst. So if we compare this one has no buffer. I mean, it might buffer 24 iron plates here. But that's way fewer iron plates than this system is going to buffer. So while demodularizing is nice if you want to reroute some things or save a tile or two, it's not nice because it's going to mess up your buffer rounding all over again, and you're going to have to now pay in whatever bigger module you're using it in. You're now going to have to pay for the buffer on this again, and you're going to have to pick big enough numbers that you can round those out. So that's problematic in the sense that, you know, it's like it's nice for one reason and bad for another reason. And yet another reason that I still support my theory that having a two-stage system where you count up the buffer ingredients and then you start measuring the module's output at steady state, and then you just have the buffer as an initial cost of, you know, these items. Anyway, so we need to continue on with making our blueprints for everything. We've already got We've already got all those going. So is there a reason I'm remaking that? Because I kind of already have it. I feel like I'm reinventing the wheel a little bit. Potentially unnecessarily. I don't know if that's good. So what I do need though is the belt likes. I don't think I've automated that anywhere. I mean, I've automated it. Sorry, I haven't moduled it. Where am I making those, by the way? Looks like I'm making them right here. Yeah, I'm gonna be using about 1 billion of those. So let me come up with a module for that. Let me come up with a module for that. We're gonna need 2 of these, 2 more, and then we'll see what comes after that. Because these guys will make the belt like, and it needs a belt, a motor, and a chest like. So the chest likes can go there. And the chest likes need 4 chips. So those can be chips. And then, and then a belt and a motor for each. Those are 16 seconds. Those are 16 seconds. That's 4 seconds. So far the ratios are all correct. But I would need 2 iron plate makers and 2 wire makers. Interesting. And then the belts and the motors are an issue as well. How to make this blueprint? It's a little ugly. Little ugly indeed. Maybe I move this over to there. And then I do something like a this. But then how does this belt feed these guys? Yeah, we really need underground belts. We really, really, really need underground belts. Not having underground belts makes this so tricky. Okay, and what is a motor again? A motor is 2 wires and 2 gears. But 1 motor maker makes 1 per 8. So we can have 1 motor maker for both. And 1 motor maker needs 1 wire maker and 1 gear maker. So I do need something like this. Somehow I doubt I'm going to be able to make this work. But we can try. We can try. Because then we're feeding in the motors. The belts, I don't know where the belts will come from. Maybe I do it like this. And I feed in the belts from the center. And that just needs a single gear maker. But then the chip makers become the problem. Dum. Let's see. So here we need 1 belt every 8 seconds. So we could just get 1 iron every 4 seconds instead of 2 iron every 4 seconds. Oh, and we can't do 90-degree inserters, which makes every build bigger. Yeah, between no 90-degree inserters and no underground belts, it just makes builds really hard because we can't just belt. You know, there's no way to do that. Which is something you do all the time in Factorio. Instead, you have to do something like this and use long inserters. And then this has to be moved over to here. And then we can do that. Or no, sorry. There we go. So that'll get us our belts if iron's on there. Shoot. But I also need iron for the and wire. Ugh. And wire, so we need copper to be over here. These each need their own wire maker. At full speed. So then we're gonna need wire to be over here, or sorry, copper. So that's iron. And I know I could make this so much more effective. Effective is maybe the wrong word, but if I just had like a chip blueprint and then, you know, I use my belt blueprint, but then the whole thing would end up being a lot bigger. But it would be more methodical to make it that way, and that could work as well. So as far as I can tell, I could also move this down by 2. Grab long inserters for that. Move the iron back up here. And then I'll need 2 long inserters grabbing. There's some weird graphical stuff. And then the iron can come over here to feed those chips. And then we just need copper. Makes me feel like the answer could be as simple as this. Because then we can have copper coming down. Like this. And then we're feeding the copper in. And that's good. And this one will need to be a long boy. Or no, let's just use a crossing here. And then we can just use a regular. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. So these have iron. I don't need a long inserter. I can just use a regular right there. And then we've got iron, iron, copper, copper, iron, iron. No gears. Completely forgot about gears. Nice work, Krydax. Oh, no. Sorry, we're good. That's supposed to be gears. We're fine. I did do that right. Okay, and then chips being fed in. The chest likes being fed in. Okay, and so then we can just have iron right there. Copper's here. Copper gets fed into that, and iron. I mean, there's a couple ways to do it, but I think just 2 long inserters is the easiest. So that should be full rate. Crap. Completely forgot that you need to get the items out. Shoot. And they're not on the edge, so we can't easily do that. Shoot. Oh no. Yeah, Vatamouse, it is really painful. I might need to give up on... I might need to give up on compact. We might just need to go big. Go big or go home. So I need to get these, like, somehow to the edge. How on earth do I do that? This one feels almost doable. I think I'm gonna have to move the motors up. I think we just have to bite the bullet. Like I said, get over needing to be perfectly compact. I'll just make it 2 tiles bigger. I'll deal with the motors in a minute. These will... Should I just make them go this way? I guess? Maybe? But then how do I feed the motors in? That doesn't work very well. The motors should be in the middle. Yeah. Okay, I think I can manage... If I do it this way... I think I can manage motors crossing like so. Okay. Okay, that works. That works. Then we've got our outputs. Okay. This all functions. Our ratios aren't going to be right, but I can just use a big divisor. We'll be okay with that, I think. Do something like that. You need to be copper. And we're not working. I broke something. What's not functioning? The gears. Oh, the gears. Yeah, the iron's not up there anymore. Drat. Okay, we have tools for this. We've been here before. Okay, so we split the iron, and then we do crossings all the way over. And we can do that. There we go. Oh. Did I do that right? Yeah, 42 and 37. Okay. Alright, so let's go to 500,000 ticks. And I don't know, should I do 100 of each maybe? The problem is they're gonna back up. And I'd actually prefer... I'm probably gonna end up with more sources rather than sinks. So let me switch these two. So I'm ending up with more of that one. We'll change that one to source and this one to sink. Because if I'm going to get one less of something, I'd rather have one less of the sink. Now, why did it stop running? Oh, I need to switch these two. That's why. I'm like, it's the same recipe. Yes. Other than that. Tis the same. Okay. So this is working. So the best way to do this is probably to put a limit on the inputs when we get to 100. Let's see if I put 100 as a limit on that. 105 on that. Let's see what we get with those numbers. Because I'd like to not lose too much, but I don't mind a little bit of loss here. That actually was perfect. Okay, so then this is 813, 1835. So what if I do 1800 and 800? Where do we end up? Where do we end up with that? We end up with a lot of extra copper, so let's bump that down to 760. And then I'm gonna bump this down to 1780. If that helps a bit. Still, eventually it's not gonna finish the products with that much. So we'll kind of just try to find the balance here. I think my divisor is going to be 5 because that's the only number that works with both of those. Okay, still completed. If I were to have any less iron, it would probably stop working pretty soon because that one's not getting fed anymore. But this one still has a couple buffered, so maybe we can go down to 1760. And the copper, I'll try 750. I'm maybe optimizing a little bit too much here. Who really cares about a couple copper? But, you know. Here we are. I care about a couple copper, apparently. Alright. And, hey, everything still got done. Sweet. And the copper... I can probably be done. Yeah, okay. So divisor, 5. Module name. Belt likes. Alright, what do we get? We get a module that gives us 21 sources and 20 sinks for 352 iron and 150 copper in 6 minutes. Sounds great. So I'll go ahead and throw this out in the world somewhere. So we can really start building up a bunch. And then move that over there. I will get some more smelting going here. Can't afford 47 crossings. Okay, well that's my next module, I guess. Because we don't even have enough. So, new blueprint. Crossings. What do crossings need? Crossings need... Also, why don't we have a Mark II crossing? It's weird that we have Mark II mergers, but not Mark II crossings. In my mind, those should be unlocked at the same time. But that's a completely different tech. Okay, got it. I feel like crossing, splitters, and mergers should all be the same tech. And then the other tech would be these ones, the belt mixing, which have compression problems, unfortunately. So that's part of it. I keep forgetting they exist, which I need to not forget they exist. It is important. That will help me with a lot of builds. It's only for fully compressed things that I shouldn't use them. But like in the module I just made, I could have potentially used those to save myself some trouble. But the nice thing about not using them is then I don't have to automate them. So there's a little bit of a bonus there. Okay, 4 belts and 4 screws at 16 seconds. So then the screws are just a single iron and the belts are an iron and a gear. So then that needs to be... the problem is we need to feed iron into 3 places here. Is it easier to feed iron up through the middle? If I move all this over 1, does this save me a tile versus if I went around the side? Because if I went around the side, it would look like this. And if I didn't go around the side, it would look something like this. I guess I would just need 2 long inserters. So I guess that's better. That's 1 tile smaller. Uses long inserters, that's fine. And then we'll do a splitter. It is kind of unfortunate that I have to make this 2 tiles bigger just to get the output. I guess we should put the output on this side. Again, 90-degree inserters would be huge. Huge benefit here. And then I need to do another one of these. And I move this over. Like so. And then F1, 4. I'm gonna try to use more of my hotkeys. Okay, so there's crossings. I feel like I could make this smaller somehow. Problem is that'll only go at half speed if I remove that. Oh, I can put that there. And then, there we go. Okay, I thought we could do something here. Then we can do it like that. Perfect. Now I feel smart. Smart. Now the question is there a way to do it, where we have this like there? I think the answer might be yes. There we go. I know that'll mess up the splitting, but it makes the buffers even smaller, so I should be able to just fudge the numbers properly by letting it run for long enough. Because the ratio here is 12 plates per crossing. So let's start with, I don't know, 100 crossings and see how many plates that uses. We need a bigger time limit here. All right, 1254. That's an extra 2, 3, 4%. Let's go a little higher. If we go to 200, then it'll only be a loss of about 2%. And the divisor will need to be something. What will it be? Well, I guess I want a pretty small divisor, because the bigger the divisor is, the more you end up wasting on the output plates. And we can have up to a 1% fudging on the input, so I can make the divisor... Well, what if I just make it 5? What does that end up giving us? Modularize, crossing... Wait, I can do capitalized now? Whoa. Oh, it's the same bug. Ooh, Martin, if you're here, or if you're watching this VOD later, I found another bug for you. The same Control-C issue, like, is capitalizing letters. If I do Shift-C too fast, it doesn't actually register it. So I thought you couldn't even do capitals, because apparently I'm pretty fast on the capitals. But you can do capitals, but I'm not going to at this point. All right, so crossing Mark 1, we got 40 from 491 instead of 480. But that takes 11 minutes, jeez. But yeah, let's get some of those going here. And then we'll make some providers. If I can remember where those are. I just tried to use a Factorio hotkey. I did shift, I guess I can use splitters here. I did shift 1 is my inserter hotkey. Okay. Miners here. Still, yeah, I won't complain, but I don't love how hard it is to get a belt of ore. I feel like that should be something that's pretty simple. I know upgrades will help a little bit, but I'm trying to remember. Some of the upgrades are actually pretty small, like they're like 10% or something. Is that the miner one? Yeah, the mining time upgrade is crap. It barely does anything. And it's not until the late game that you can even start doing that. 5% is such a small boost. Now, if it decreases the time to mine by 5%, that's actually like increasing the output per second by 1 divided by 0.95, which is a larger boost than 5%. And then the boosts, I'm guessing, keep getting larger and larger, right? Because by the time you've done 5 of these, now you've decreased the mining time by 25%, which is 1 divided by 0.75, and that's 3/4. So now you have 4/3 mining speed, which is a 33% speed boost, right? And it just keeps getting bigger. It looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of these. So you actually end up getting double the mining speed once you're done with them. But that's going to be ultra late game. And it's only double the mining speed. So there's a miner Mark II, however, that I can already unlock. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Never mind. We'll research that. That will help. The miner Mark II will probably go with the arms Mark II. And then, of course, you know, then you would need smelter Mark IIs, which are here. Yep. So, well, you know, we're getting Mark IIs of everything. That'll help. I mean, at this point, I don't even know. I'm just gonna fill a belt as much as I can. This is the nice thing about modules, is it's like, this isn't gonna have a huge UPS cost, you know, it's just the cost of the miners. Vatamouse, no, miners cannot be part of a module. That is another kind of downside to like the late game, where it's like, even if your modules are all amazing, you're gonna need to always manually set up mining. And I think that is a problem for like the bottom line of this game. Because yeah, when you're in the ultra late game, you're just gonna be spending so much time setting up these miners and belts and inserters, and then, you know, you've already got all your modules ready to go. But okay, what is this one? So this one has a little bit of waste. I forgot about that. I am wasting 2% iron and 3% coal here. But that's okay. So yeah, that'll take a little bit to spin up, but then once it does, we'll have lots of iron. And then we'll be making these guys providers. I don't know, 1,000. Put a limit on that. I know the position is occupied. I want to copy the settings. Oh, that's annoying. You can do that with assemblers. You can copy settings by doing that. I would, there's another suggestion, if it's not already on the list, that when you paste a provider over another one, it copies the item setting number. "11 minutes is such a long crafting time for this. I think 2 is enough, probably, but we'll see. I could always add more. Okay. Oh, that's supposed to be copper. So we'll get our copper one going as well. Now, he said something about, on the Discord, electric furnaces. Yeah, I think we're gonna move towards that next. Because then I don't need coal all over the place, and that will be nice. That will be very nice. All right. At least there's a big coal patch right here. And then we've got copper. And now I can place my module for belt likes, and then we should have a bunch of those going. Probably do 2 of them as well. Alright, item limit on those. Sure, 1,000 is fine. And then we'll have iron coming along. Or it's whatever. Copper. Iron is here. And then we need crossings. In front. Which one needs to go where? The top one is iron, and that needs to go across, and then that one needs to go that way. Okay. That should do it. It would be nice if you could belt directly into providers. Like if providers accepted a belt input. Rather than only, you know, it's like you could just dump them in. I feel like that would be nice. Alright, now we need to get these guys going. Sweet. Okay, so there's my crossings and belt-like factory. It's gonna take a... Oh, I didn't power up my copper mining. It's gonna take a while to spin things up, but it'll get done. This is a Pyanodons type thing where it's like, you know, you end up spending hours designing a module, and by the time you're done with that, you've got, you know, thousands of stuff produced. Because if that's 40 every 11 minutes, it's basically 4 per minute. So that's 8 per minute. Is that enough crossings? I don't know. I don't actually know if that's enough. And are we mining enough iron? It doesn't seem like it's a saturated belt. Let's get a little bit more on here. And the copper, it looks like there's a gap. Ugh. Oh, and then the coal mining over here, of course, also needs one. Now, that one I can just move over, right? No, there's a gap. Okay. Alright, now everything's powered up. $100 every 34 seconds. That's a lot. I mean, this was made to do a fully compressed belt. It's just going to be slightly less than a fully compressed belt because of the 2 and 3% waste. And the time's going to be slightly longer. So this will be close to a fully compressed iron belt. And now the copper one's getting its resources finally. So that should do it. And what's funny is, like, I could turn this whole thing into a module that just takes, you know, coal, iron, and copper ore and turns it into those final products. But I don't think that's a very reasonable module to make. So, I will not. And now I need to make crossing Mark IIs. Ugh, so many little things. Okay, so the research that I want to kind of move into the Mark II world here, so everything can go a little faster. So we needed to do electric furnaces. So we'll work towards that. You know, the other thing that's going to be frustrating, I can already tell, is finding areas. We really need map markers. Is that not a thing? Doesn't views... Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's map markers. And I can imagine in a very late game base, finding stuff is going to be basically impossible. So I would say that's a pretty big priority. You know, being able to place map markers at various levels of zoom, I would say. or maybe just a better way to say it is like various size map markers. So I would want to be able to place a map marker that's only about this big, so that when I zoom out, it's almost invisible. And then I'd want to be able to place map markers like at this zoom level that take up 4 of these squares, you know, and call it something. Being able to use an icon plus some text for the map marker would be nice. And then as you zoom in, it could like kind of, you know, out here you could just have Mark II outpost, and that would just be short for like making all your Mark II belts and inserters and stuff. But then as you zoom in, like that icon would disappear because it would be too big for part of the screen. So like at this zoom level, it would take up 4 chunks. But then once you get to a certain zoom level, that bigger icon map marker would just disappear because now it's too big. Once it gets past a certain percentage of the screen, the icon just disappears. And then your smaller icons, you know, will show up that are underneath it. And so that way you could kind of have a bunch of different icons to show what you're doing on different parts of your base. So you could zoom out kind of to the whole planet view and see the overview of the different sections, and then you zoom in and now you can see, okay, this thing over here is doing X, that thing over there is doing Y. I think that'll be pretty useful to have a system like that. Okay, electric furnaces versus unlocks faster versions of furnace and burner. I'm kind of confused. Oh, so there is a second version of burner. It's just in this research, because that's the power generator. Okay. I'm guessing, annoyingly, furnaces are 1 tech tier behind, so like, if I wanted to do an electric furnace build with Mark II belts, we would need this research, which is always going to be 1 more expensive than the Mark II regular furnaces. Yeah. I don't know if I like that either. Okay, but what else do I need now? Now I need a module that makes tier 2 belts. For sure. We have tier 1 belts. Let me just do new blueprint. Mark 1 belt. Assembler. Mark II belt needs a belt and a motor. Maybe I should make a motor blueprint. I think that would actually be a good place to start. Because we're going to use motors all over the place. And I feel that having a nice little motor module will be handy. Why can't I find them? There we go. Oh, it did the glitch again. I'm not holding the mouse button, and it's acting like I clicked and dragged somewhere. I don't know if that's like a double-clicking issue, but it happens fairly regularly where I'm clicking on... It happens down here, too. You know, where I click on something? Yeah, it's like double-clicking is doing that. No, didn't do it that time. Didn't do it that time. I don't know. I can't figure out why it's doing that sometimes. But there's a little bug. Okay, so I can make minor Mark IIs with stone bricks and motors and minor Mark Is. That's not super expensive. I guess the motors are kind of expensive. 2 wires, 2 gears, that's right. Okay. So... does it make sense to just... I don't know what makes the most sense here. Because I could do something where we feed it here and here. And then, or that needs to be a yellow one. And then output here. Could be better to move that over. And then I feed it here and here. I can do that. And then I output on the top. That's kind of a weird... It's kind of a weird module, though. I think I generally want items returned on the same side, not the opposite side. I guess I could move this out one more. And then this guy... Ah, that doesn't work because of that reason. Interesting. Guess I can face it that way. And then we need double... Oh, yeah, this doesn't work. Because here I would also need double long inserters going that way. And then there's no space left. Huh. I mean, annoyingly, this works. But then there's no room for that one. Yeah. Maybe we make a few more motors at a time. Ah, I hit Control C. I did not do that. Oh, it's so annoying. Yeah, maybe I do a few more. And then we, I don't even know, yeah, do something like this for the output. Because I think I want to output to the input side. I think that's generally what I like to do here. So we do that. That's copper. And then something like this. Maybe this is a good spot to use swappers rather than that other method. It feels weird that you can't, oh, they can grab from the output of swappers. That's good to know. It's kind of annoying you can't place swappers over belts. Okay, so a motor's cost at the end of the day is 2 to 1. So we've got a lot of buffer loss in here, and that's the problem with these is we don't want a ton of loss here, so we're gonna have to up the count to start, and then find a good divisor. So like if I plop this at 1,000, and then this would be 500. Let's see what happens. All right, I end up with 483. And I would have more if I did that. I don't know how many more, but a couple more. $488. That's 5 more motors. That's not bad. Okay, so then if my divisor was 100, it wouldn't give me the 5 motors because it's not within 1%. And why is my brain forgetting how this works? Again, if I double this, we'll still not be within 1%. Because I'll be 12 away from 1,000. So I need to triple it, I think. And then we can use a divisor of what? A divisor of 300, maybe? We'll just have to see what the number is. The number is going to be... it's gonna be close to 1,500. That tooltip is so annoying. I really am not a fan that you can't put the mouse anywhere without a huge tooltip popping up. Like, that actually bothers me. Like, that's good information that you need to be able to see, but I don't want to have it forced next to my mouse in a giant box no matter what. Like, it's weird that it's actually better to hover over something like that. Like, you want to you need a home for the mouse for it not to be annoying, and that's a problem in my mind. Okay, so this, if I were to divide by 100, it wouldn't, I need to divide by a bigger number, I think. So if I do 1488 divided by 100, yeah, that's 3 point... oh, no, I did not type that right. 14.88. So that wouldn't round properly because it's not within 1%. If I divide by 100, we'll get 14 doodads. Let me just double check that. Modularize motor Mark 1. Are they Mark 1 motors or is it just motors? Yeah, 14 motors. So that we would be losing 1/15 of our yield with that module. But if I divide by 1,500, then it should work. Yeah. With a little bit of time loss. Actually, that's a lot of time loss. 334 ticks versus What's half of that? 256? Yeah, that's a pretty big loss. And the only way to make it better would be to double it again, keeping the same divisor, and it won't quite double the time. Right? Given how often I'm going to use motors, I'm actually going to be okay with that. 6,000, 3,000. But you keep the divisor the same, I think. Is that right? Or can I double the divisor again as well? I don't remember. We'll find out. I think I can double the divisor if I double the inputs. Isn't that right? I should be able to. It's gonna take a minute to run. Good time for me to take a quick break, I think. Gotta use the restroom, get some more green tea to drink, and I will be back in a minute. You guys stretch your legs. We'll be right back. All right. We're back. So, we didn't have the right time limit, eh? How about 1 million? Yeah, I can't remember. I feel like if you double the divisor after doubling the time... I think it works. But I don't know why I can't remember if that works or not. Oh, maybe it works, but it doesn't save me any more time. Maybe that... No, it should save me time, though. We'll see. We'll see. Oh! I didn't have a limit set on this, so it just kept running. That's the problem. Oh, 2988. Oh, I bet the original one would have been a lot better if I had set the sync properly. That's what it is. Because I didn't set a limit on this, so the time kept running to the 500,000 ticks. So it ended up wasting time. Alright, well now we get to let it count up again. Goody goody. This is such a... I feel like this is such an inefficient build. But that's all of them. I need to stop thinking in Factorio brain. Like, in Factorio, this would feel like a terrible waste of space and stuff, but in this game, it's fine. It's totally fine. Not a problem. In fact, maybe I should make this bigger. Because we often need motors in fairly large amounts. Maybe I will make a bigger version after I finish this. I think I will. Because the whole point of modules is to save yourself time. And if I have to use one of these modules every time I want 2 motor crafters, that still is only a 1/2 ratio of like doing it manually. Granted, it's also saving me the time of setting up these, which is a big deal. But if I have four coming from one module, then it's like even more of a time save. If I need 4 let's say I need a build that needs 8 motors produced. I'd have to plop 4 of these down and set it up. And that's obviously a lot worse than just setting up 1 or 2. So we'll see kind of what our needs are, but I think I'm gonna make a 4 motor maker. Okay, there we go. So modularize motors. And if I have the divisor of 1500, what does that do? Oh, it's so annoying that, you know, when you hold the mouse over this, it covers over where you're typing. It's just those little things. Ah! Okay. So this one is the doubled one with the double divisor, and it's 260 versus 334. But that's probably just because we fixed the bug that we had introduced. That one is 519 instead of 520. It's only 1 tick better, so there's no reason to do that. Okay, and now I want a version that is double. Maybe I switch. Oh. Maybe I do a switch after, and then a switch after, and then I can just copy that build. You just copy this. Oh, you know what? Now I'm wondering, can I access both sides? That would be way more efficient. I need long inserters is the problem. Let's see. This actually works. No? Still not working? Oh, that's because none of them are the right recipes. There we go. Okay. That helps. That helps the overall size quite a bit, actually. And then I can just copy the whole thing, replace these with regular belts. Going the proper directions. There we go. Why is only one of those long inserters running? Oh, because I only need half. Right, I only need half as many copper plates as iron. Okay, sweet. And that's using 1, 2, 3, 4 units of iron, 2 units of copper to make 4 motors. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, now the number that we end up with is going to be a little different. And I'm gonna ditch the 6,000. We're gonna go back to 3,000. And 1,500. And who knows what this will be. 1488? I don't know, we'll find out. And we might as well be a little bit more efficient here and delete a couple unused belts. Doesn't save us much, but it saves us a little. And then we're using half as many swappers as well, kind of per setup, which is nice. I could turn that, put it here, and use a regular arm, but I'll leave it. I'll leave it. Okay, I ended up with 1472. So basically I just need to figure out what number am I off by, and then I'll change the divisor such that, no, it doesn't work that way. I'll always be off by at least 1 if I'm off by more than 1%. But if I make the divisor small enough, the relative loss won't matter as much. Because 1472 divided by 1,500 is 0.98, right? So we won't have enough. But if I divide it by, say, 300, it'd be 4.9. If I divide it by 100, 14.72. Interesting. So I'm losing 28 units because of just how it's all working out. That is unfortunate. If I'm losing 28 units, I would need to make 2,800. So like if I were to set the divisor here to 1,500, it's just not gonna work, I think. So I guess what we would need to do is set it to a number such that this makes the proper amount, but then it's gonna give us an extra input cost. And there's no fudging on the input. If I set it to 14.99, it'll cost 2 copper. Module would produce nothing. Oh yeah, because 14.99 is too small anyway. Like if I did 7.49, for example, it'll cost us 3 copper, I think. Oh, okay, that's really starting to bother me. This whole tooltip pop-up delay, and it's a massive tooltip. Yeah, there's a lot of little annoying things in there for me. So yeah, that would be terrible. 5 iron and 3 copper to make 1 motor. Okay, so the way that we want to do this then... If I want exact ratios, I need to go to 2,800. That's not that bad. The other one ran, and this one will run even faster. Let's go to 3,000 and 6,000. And then it'll be not 1472, but 2972. And then I should be able to set the divisor to 3,000. And that's within a percent, right? 2972. 2972 divided by 3,000. 0.9906. Hopefully that's close enough. So I've got iced green tea, and it's amazing. Highly recommend. Can confirm. 10 out of 10 with rice. Probably would actually be good with rice. Not in it, but you know, as a meal. What's up, Dave? How's it going with you? Progress is good. We're working on a module for motors right now. Trying to get the divisors right. Because I don't want it to be lossy. So I'm trying for one that has no loss. And we'll see if I got it right. Motors 4. And we got it. Sweet. And it's 130 ticks. Instead of, what would it be? 128 would be the amount. That would be normal. 128, 256, 512. Yeah, yeah. So, sweet. So there's our motors 4 blueprint. Ketchup with rice is still missing. What? What do you mean it's still missing? I completely added ketchup with... I know for a fact I added that. I wonder what happened. Let me go look. Emotes. Ketchup right. No, it's certainly there. Tier 1 emotes. Oh. I don't know what happened. I have 4 open slots, so something is going wrong here. I just need to assign it to the right slot. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what was up with that. Yeah, I think this one's actually a better ketchup rice emote. Move that. Add that. Okay. There we go. Okay, so back to what we were doing, which was something. Those are still... Okay, those are backed up. So these are starting to work. I guess the purple means it's running, right? Yeah. Sweet. Okay, so those are running. What was I making? I completely forgot. I was gonna make Mark II belts, that's what it was. So we need iron and copper. This is where I'm not sure. Oh, by the way, Dave, you weren't here when I talked about this earlier. You can unmodularize a module. So I was really freaking out about that at the end of the last episode. It is something the dev already thought of, so we can do that. Obviously, it messes with our buffering, and it'll change how the buffering ends up looking, but it's going to be helpful for stuff like this. So we can kind of just start with that already done, and then get this going. So I'm going to want a long boy, I think. Well, motor, 8 seconds. Okay. It's funny, I just made the motor blueprint, but that's way more motors than I need for this. So, is that even what we need? Maybe we make a bunch at once. Maybe I just make a big Mark II belt maker. Let's do that. Let's do... Because one belt maker is basically a full belt per unit of time. The 4 second, whatever, 256 ticks. measurement. It's 258, but close enough. And this requires 1 every 8 seconds. So one of those will cover 2 Mark II belt makers. I'll need 2 of those and then 2 of the new motor. I also really wish, I don't remember if I suggested this. I talked about it during one of the streams, so Martin's probably heard it by now. He's the dev, by the way, for those who don't know. But I would really like to have the ability to, like, drag these around and arrange them. And also ones that are really weird dimensions should probably have some form of, like, fit them inside of a certain size postage stamp so that they can be arranged in a grid. It is nice to see their relative sizes, but I think at the end of the day, you really want a good way to organize these. And so far, it does not seem like that's a thing. Okay, so what's the best way to do this? So maybe... we've got iron. I don't even know where should I put the extra buildings. I feel like trying to not... You want to not waste along the long edge, right? Like, along the short edge, a few extra tiles doesn't cost you as much surface area. But if you add extra along the long edge, now you're costing tons of surface area. So you kind of want to, you know, Fibonacci your way around, spiral out, so that you're not using up as much extra space. But right now, I need 4 assemblers for Belt Mark II. And I want to feed iron and copper. Iron and copper in, and I get Belt Mark II out. So how about we do something like this? And then that'll be Belt Mark II out. Copper. Copper just goes directly in. Iron. We have splitters. Like so. And then this guy is the belts. And we need belts and motors. I think we can do it this way. So, yeah. Oh, that needs to be a crossing. There we go. Now we've got the 2 inputs, and we need the outputs. What's the easiest way to do this? I think I just have to use that crossing crazy blueprint. I think it's like this and this. Is that right? I think so. And then this one. I feel like I have too many crossings. Do I need all of those? maybe. Yes, I do, right? So that has to cross and go over. This one will dump motors onto that belt or that belt if those aren't crossings, and this will dump belts onto that one or that one. So yeah, that's not what we want. Okay, so then I copy that. Quattro times. Okay, now these are not all running. The reason being I didn't connect up this belt. There we go, now they're almost running all the time, which is what we'd expect. Perfect. We have a decent chunk of wasted space here. I don't love that. Can I fix easily? I mean, I could add more, but then that doesn't... They're not going to be getting used. I would have to add... In fact, yeah, no. I would have to add more of everything. So... If I were to move these down... Could I rearrange the inputs, potentially? And scooch this down further. This is where just copy the whole thing and do some investigation is worth trying. So if I were to move this down, I don't know, let's say just to here, just so we have maximum space. Then could I somehow... Let's just try to move this in by, I don't know, 2 tiles. Right now we've got 5 spaces. Yeah, there's no way that's gonna work. Yeah, there's no way. Because I'd have to get iron. Iron has to come in. Motors have to come out. And the belts have to come out. So we need at least one more. But even then, I don't think this works. Because that would be iron. This would be copper. That would be motors and belts. Maybe. Heck, maybe I can just make this one tile skinnier, now that I think about it. Can I? I think I can, actually. Because if I delete these... and then that... I think we can just shift... I think I can just shift all this down by 1. And then these guys get rearranged a little bit. Like that. And then that's a splitter. No. No, that doesn't work. Hold on. What's going on here? I don't know what's going on. I didn't move it sideways. I feel like clearly I jacked something up though. So this one's going to be the problem. Because I need to get that out while also blocking that one. Problematic. And then the motors need to be going over here. Maybe I can't fit this in here. This is starting to look maybe not so doable. It feels so close though. But yeah, I don't think I can fit all this in. Now I can shift these over. Right? I've got 4 extra tiles. So maybe by shifting these over, that can give me what I need. Like if I shift it over by 1 even, does that allow me to do what I need to do? Because now this guy's not opposite the splitter. And so we can do that. Now the belts are crossing over properly. I might still need one more space. Because the copper needs to cross over. But then that's not getting blocked. Yeah, this is all getting pretty finicky. What if I do move these over such that that iron is across from that iron? That'll actually be the most effective. Because then I can use one splitter, and I don't have to do anything wonky there. This actually, I think, is going to be what we need. And then we just need to get out of the way of the belts. There we go. Now we're talking. Okay, so we saved ourselves an entire tile by doing that vertically. So now it's 18 by 31 instead of 18 by 32. Oh geez, that's a big one. But I think it's good to go. Not bad at all. Let's run it a little longer. Let's go for 100,000 ticks. See what we get. And if we get, what do we got? 3148, 795, 707. What's the actual ratio? Will it tell me? 4 iron plate and 1 copper plate. So 3,200 and 800 would be the exact numbers, but we're gonna have buffering losses, of course. So we'll see what those are. And which one I need more of. Oh, I ran out of time again. Okay, so I end up 35 Mark II belts short. And do I have too much iron or too much copper? It looks like I had a little too much copper. But I'm going to do a divisor that works for both anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So 35 off of 800. That's almost 5%. It's a little bit too much. Okay, let me increase the time limit. We're gonna double that, and then this will go to not 765. 800, 1600 minus 35 is 1565. And then this will be 1600. I wish you could double click. It's annoying. Like, there's no way other than hitting backspace a bunch of times to clear that. Or just right clicking on it. Something should make it easier to clear. Okay, and then if I do a divisor of 1600, we won't get any output. So the divisors will have to be smaller. And so if I did like a divisor of 100. Yeah, it's almost like now I want the divisor to be as small as possible. Wait, what happened here? Really? How did the counts change after doubling? It feels really weird. Or did I hit the time limit? I guess I'm not actually sure. I might have hit the time limit. Hold on. I think that's what happened, actually. Because it wouldn't make sense. We had definitely reached steady state. I guess it's possible that it has kind of a... like if you feed it 5 more, it'll make 2 more, and then you feed it 5 more, and now it makes 3 more, and it goes back and forth. So by doubling the inputs, you might end up on a different part of the cycle for the outputs. That's possible. And that's what messed it up. And if it still messes up here, that is definitely what happened. Yeah. So there's some sort of cycling that's going on, and by doubling the inputs, we didn't exactly get the same remainder on the output. But yeah, so since we're short on the output, the only way to make this work properly is to make it go really long. Otherwise, we're going to waste too much. So by running it for longer, we will have a smaller amount of waste. So this one, if I do a divisor, let's just try a divisor of 100. Then that gets us 64 and 16 to 15. So we're losing 1/16 of our belts. And it's a 33-second process. Alright, I don't see any reason to lose that many. We can just do a divisor of 50. And we should still only lose 1. Yeah, now I get 31 out of 32. And that'll run once every minute. That feels about right. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Now... Ooh, research. Electric furnace Mark II would be nice. I'm getting all the Mark II stuff researched. I should be able to almost build Mark II everythings. At some point, I should just be able to remake every blueprint, right? Because everything will just double, and I won't need to change anything. Once I have the assembler Mark IIs and the swapper Mark IIs, so we'll be there soon. Let me make a bunch of belt Mark IIs here. Also, we don't have influencer Mark IIs yet. So are these big enough? I think they are. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess I knew that because it was less than 20. Because it's 10 by 10, the influence doodads. that's gonna be like 5,000 belts. Jeez. It's just crazy how big these are. But, you know, you can always zoom out and place them. Although the zoom level is pretty... I feel like I'm already, you know, what is that? Not half the screen. An eighth of the screen, maybe, that's filling up. Like, these are going to get real big real fast. And I feel like the game isn't going to handle ones that are this big very easily. So there is still some sort of limitations on your modules. Just because of zoom levels and the influence radius. I think the final one, what did he say it was? 30 maybe for the radius, so you can't have any dimensions greater than 60. Or I should say the smaller of the two dimensions has to be smaller than 60. Maybe it was more than 30. I can't remember now. But, this feels very copyable. Therefore, I shall. Okay, it's telling me I'm not zoomed in far enough. There we go. So we'll get a little bit more RT1s go in here, because right now the RT1s are lagging behind. Alright, that should do it. And power-wise, I'm still okay, but let's add some more. Do I have the Mark II power thingies yet? I can't remember. Can't remember if I got that yet or not. I'll have to look. Did we get the Mark II burners? Yes. Yes, I did. I just need to actually produce them. Okay, so this guy is a little short on iron. That's because the crossings are eating most of it. Eventually, these will fill up. I've got 364 already. Yeah. Okay, so back to research. Let's do... What is that? Item stacking? That seems cool. Can't do it yet, though. Space, Influence Mark III, Minor Mark III, Assembler Mark II seems to be the next one. And then we should have Mark II everything. So I've got Belt Mark II, and now, let's see, have I automated Assembler Mark II? 1320 available. Yes, it seems I have. Long Fast Boys I have not done. And electric furnaces require 500 energy. Good gravy. And I don't know what their speed is. I assume it's the same as normal? What's the recipe to make electric furnaces? A furnace burner and 10 wire. 40 seconds. Jeez. Vatamouse just sort of the issues we were just talking about were like, yeah, space is almost infinite. I mean, not technically, but you're not gonna run out of room very quickly, at least. But modules, as they get bigger, it starts to, like, you can only zoom out so far, right? And so, like, even though, yes, these modules could be very large, they're eventually you're gonna start being like, it's bigger than a screen. And you have to power up the whole thing, so the smaller dimension still has to fit in between two influencers. And we have 4 tiers of these, so we'll be able to make much larger modules. But for now, like, one of the dimensions has to be 20 or less, or otherwise I wouldn't be able to power it. And then once we get to the next one, you know, if it's a radius of 15, then one of the dimensions would have to be 30 or less. So your modules do have a little bit of a size limit on them. Yeah, I don't know if I like how many tiers there are. I think I'd rather have more upgrades than tiers, because it feels like you're just going to have to remake everything 4 times, since there's 4 tiers to everything. And that feels a little bothersome. I think 2 or 3 tiers is enough. I don't think 4 tiers is necessary. Because basically what I'm going to do... I don't know, it's just kind of annoying. It kind of reminds me of the Pure Angels playthrough, where I had the tech overhaul turned on and the building block. Forget exactly what that setting was called. But it's kind of like I just have to do the same thing over and over again, but it's annoying because now I have to automate the production of the Mark II arms, which is a whole nother thing, and that it almost feels like this game, you end up producing more... Most of what you produce is just to make the buildings. It feels like there's far more work to make the buildings in this game than to make the science. The science is almost an afterthought. And most of your time is like, well, now I need to automate Mark II of this thing. Now I need to automate Mark III of that thing. There's so many different little buildings. Like, I would suggest making these the same. Like splitters and mergers. They would be separate in this menu, but like to actually produce them on the planet, they would count from the same pool. So like you would make one thing in the assembler called a splitter slash merger, and it would be all 4 of these. And it could have an icon that shows that it's making kind of multiple things, and then it would go into one pile on the planet, you know, where it would say 1800 available of these thing, and just when you build any of these 4 things, it would take from that one pot. I think that would be better than literally having to make 4 different things. Like, that's just really obnoxious. Obnoxious is maybe the wrong word. Tedious is the better word. I think that's just really tedious, and I don't think that adds a lot. Same with the swapper and mixer. That should just be one thing you craft, and then you decide which one you're going to place, and it comes from the same pool of items. Because yeah, I think that just adds a level of tedium that doesn't make the game more fun. So reducing some of those number of things you have, like, look at all this. I don't want to have to make a module for every single one of those. That's a pain in the butt. If it was only one here, maybe 1 for crossings, 1 for all those, and 1 for that, 4 modules, that feels a lot better than, you know, 16 or whatever this is. That being said, I do need fast, long arms. So let's make a module. Let's make a module. So, fast, long arms, or long arm Mark II, I should say, is a Mark II arm plus 4 gears and 4 rods. So it's a lot. So we've got a Mark II arm plus 4 gears and 4 rods. Okay. So I will need an iron input, which I could never find. It's in the M menu. Iron, copper. Then I'll need exit. And I gears and rods. I feel like I can do this like that somehow. Let's see if we can make this work. Copper. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. So I think if I do a splitter like this, then I can feed there and there. Okay. That should do it. Okay. Nice. That's not bad. And then we'll run that for a hot minute. I don't know what the ratios are. I have perfect ratios on those Mark II arms. I might give up on perfect ratios for this. Maybe I'll just stop it at 200. Maybe 250. We'll just, yeah, 250. Give it a little bit more time. And then the divisor can be like 24. Does that leave us with the right amount, or is that gonna 250? Or I mean 26? No, then I'd only get 9. So I could do 28. No, 8.92. Obviously, if I do 25, I get 10 for output, but then the input's going to be bigger than it needs to be. Let's just try 25 and see what happens. I think I called it arm long. Oh, you also can't click backspace and hold it. That's really weird. To like delete, you can't just press and hold backspace. Arm long at Mark II. All right, we got 23, whatever, that's fine. 2 minutes to make 10 of them though, jeez. So, fear that this might not be a good spot for it. I might need more iron. Let's build something. Maybe down here is a lot of... Well, I could use the new electric furnaces. Try those out. Alright, are there any other researches I can do? I can probably do that one. Yeah, but do I even care? Distributor can you use to evenly distribute items across many belts. So that's some sort of like main bus type situation. Wascally, yeah, exactly. Gears per year calculation complete. I do really hope that some sort of system gets added that allows you to just calculate the steady state of something rather than needing to do these weird buffer rounding calculation stuff, because it ends up making your factory way more inefficient in the long run, and it incentivizes what I would consider bad behavior or tedious behavior. Like if I make it run for 10 times longer, that's just annoying to me as the player, but it'll give me a better ratio. So you're incentivizing the player to do something that's really not fun. Because running it 10 times longer adds no challenge to the player. It doesn't change how you build it. And so it just kind of incentivizes this form of like, oh, I guess I have to just sit here and watch it run for 1,000,000 years so that I can get within the 1% rounding error. And that's just not fun. What I do want to do, though, is get going with these electric furnaces. So the electric furnace, I'm going to need a lot of them. They're very slow to craft. I would need 10, 6, and 8, 9, 10 to make 1 per unit of time. They do need 10 wire, so each of these can be fed by 1 wire maker. Excuse me. Sneezing is the worst. All right, so we've got the wire makers. Now, each of these needs 1 furnace burner every 10 units. And a furnace burner Mark 1 is made every 8 units. That's very annoying. Also, can I make this work? Or will I not have the space? Okay, so copper will be on that side, stone brick can be on this side, and then the outputs can be like this. I think that works. So copper, stone brick. I'm gonna have a few extra of these stone furnaces, but that's okay. Okay. Let's just run it for 200,000 ticks, and we'll just use whatever number we get. I'm giving up on perfect ratios, and it's probably the best decision I could make. By having a smaller divisor, you end up with a much better, much closer to perfect ratio anyway. It just means for a long craft time. So 5... Wait, why does that say 746 there? Oh, 587 sync belt likes are available in my base. That's what that means. So 746. This is where having an in-game calculator could be nice too. So what if I divided by, say, like 75? Not quite. About 82. 83? 8.987. Not quite good. 90. 91, 92, 93, 94, 7.93. So 93 is decent. I lose a little bit of input on that, but it should be okay. Modularize as electric furnace Mark 1. Okay. 44 copper plates instead of... How much would it normally take? 40. So I'm losing 10% on that. And stone brick should be 64, and instead it's 72. So, yeah, it's not perfect. But that is all right. We want to build it near stone and copper. So something like this, right here. Need space for my smelting blueprint. I don't have one for stone yet, which is kind of funny. I need to make one for stone here. Change that to stone. $10,000. Good God. Is that what I really ran these to get to the right numbers? And those didn't have limits? Interesting. I have no idea what I should set this to. 1 million. How about? So when that gets to 10,000, we set our divisor to 10,000? No. No, we set our divisor to something that allows us to fudge on the output by 1%, which is 10,000 divided by 10,000 and 10,100. Or 10,099, technically. And then those are slightly off. Does that work? I guess we'll find out. Not being able to reorganize these is terrible. That's very bad. 2 stone and 2 coal to 1 stone brick. What did these end up being? Oh, I divided by 10. That's okay. I accepted some loss on those. That's what's going on. Or I guess I divided by 100. Can I divide by 101? What will that do for me? That'll only get me 99 stone bricks. If I went a little bit longer... What if I did that? And then divided by 101? Because 10,000 divided by 101 is 90... Oh, it's exactly 99. Oh, so it was correct that it was giving me... Never mind. That wasn't a rounding thing. That was like almost exactly the same number. Alright, 10,000's fine. Set the divisor to 100. Let it run again. And then I'm going to rebuild all these with electric furnaces. Maybe I should have automated electric furnaces without a blueprint first. Just to get them going. Alright, stone smelting. There we go, 102, 103. That's the same number we had before. Okay, and then we need mining, which I'll get Mark II miners soon. Hopefully that will be very nice. But until I do, we're stuck with these crappy things. I'm so used to Factorio's belt maker. It's so nice. This one comes around. Now that's not going to be anywhere near enough. Because we said 12 to get a full belt. I don't think I need a full belt here, though, is, I guess, the difference. How much are we using? I need 44 copper plates every 34 seconds, which is only about only about 5 smelters running. Okay, I don't need that many. That should be plenty. And then stone brick. Get rid of some of that annoying corner stuff. Feed in the stone. And there we go. Oh my gosh. It's so annoying. Now, this is something where the game is doing nothing wrong. It's just that Factorio has the beautiful belt building where, you know, once you click and start dragging it drags in a straight line, which is actually a setting that some people turn off, which I find to be very surprising. There are very few times where I want it off, and that's when you're wanting to do this. Doesn't let you do that. But you can do it with blueprints, so you can just copy it and then paste and do that, and then that works. So that's kind of the workaround I use. But anyway, I digress. Provider. For now, I'll do no limit because that's the only purpose of this entire build. I only really want to do limits when there's a build that's doing multiple things. And then, like, you know, once one thing's done, it could give more to the other parts of the process. That could be useful. But for now, this is all it's doing. How's it going, random gamer? This is called Factor Y. It's a factory game that has what I call like black box modules, so you can design little builds that then kind of get turned into one building, sort of like one assembler type thing. And that allows you to nest builds and kind of build bigger and faster. It's a really interesting design. It's a pretty cheap game. It's only like $5. It's on sale right now. So you definitely get your money's worth. I wouldn't say the game is done yet, even though it technically released out of early access. There's still quite a lot of polish and features that I think need to be added at the end of the day. But it's quite fun. It's quite fun. You know, this would be a lot more efficient if I had done that. But too late now. Yeah, as far as why, I think what's interesting, you know, is unfortunately games like this have to compete with all the other factory games that are already out there, right? So as much as you could say in a vacuum, this is a fun game, period. The question that most players are going to have is, okay, but why would I play it instead of X or Y or Z? Namely, Factorio in this case is probably the closest game. Factorio, it feels a little bit Shape-y sometimes in the way that you end up playing out, but Factorio is the closest comparison for sure. And I think it's hard to say you should play this game instead of Factorio. The only thing it really does offer that's different is this black box module thing, which is cool, and that's why I'm playing it, is because I wanted to play around with that idea. There are some other things, like it does have item stacking. There is space, so you can travel to these other planets, which is neat. I think the game's going to continue to get refined and get better and better. So I do think it's going in a good direction. We do need map labels though, because I have no idea where I built this. Is this it? Here we go. Map labels will be helpful. So yeah, okay. These smelting blueprints are now going. Now that's spitting out stone. This one should be spitting out copper here. And then we will get our first electric furnaces. Sweet. Okay. So that's done. Power is okay. 34 out of 39,000. I do need to automate the second level of burners, which will allow me to make more power. And those need about 1 billion stone bricks and some rods in addition. Okay. I wonder where I'm making burners. This is just making me excited to play Factorio Space Age because of the factory. We'll now have the search function, so we can search where we're making something. It's gonna be so cool. Okay, here's our burner situation. So I think what I'm gonna do is just piggyback on this. And I need rods. Should be easy enough. Especially if I can do some of the new electric furnaces here in a second. I can do rods there. Do a splitter here. Probably be dealing with burner Mark IIs for a while, so I'll put a limit of 300. And that will make them very slowly. I have to hope it's fast enough in the long run, though. And this needs to make rods. And then, how close am I to getting my first doodads here? Uh-oh. Oh, influence missing. Crap. 30 by... Wait, what? I'm really confused. It's not missing influence. It has... Oh. Oh. There we go. There we go. Okay. There was like a couple tiles here that weren't covered by that one, this one, and this. There was like a little gap right there. Okay. There we go. Now we're making our first electric furnaces. I think. Yeah. Yeah. 12%. Okay, now it's running. Now it's running. And then that'll get me beautiful electric furnaces, so I no longer need coal everywhere. And then we can start making a lot of those burner mark. We're gonna need a ton of power to power the electric furnaces. It'll make my smelting builds a lot smaller too, which is nice. And I haven't really talked about it yet, but we did see one thing I want to point out, just because I haven't talked about it much, is we do get these things called generic modules, and I believe that will allow us to basically make a generic smelting blueprint where we just have ore in one end, output out the other end, and we can just feed it with any of the ores rather than needing to have a separate blueprint for iron smelting, copper smelting, because it's the exact same blueprint. Right? It just changes iron to copper and whatnot. So I think we'll be able to improve that as well. Also, I just realized, is one of those fast enough? Because we're going to be getting 8 per 34 seconds. So yeah, this thing is going to be running almost constantly, but it is fast enough. And now back to where I was here. So we can try our first electric smelters. And that's literally all we got to do. It's so nice. I mean, I probably only need one, right? Melt time is 3.2 seconds. So it's actually faster than one of these? No, they're the same. Okay. Alright, cool. So that'll get me burner Mark IIs automated, which should get us more power, which I'll need to power all of the electric furnaces. Gosh, 500 energy apiece. How much does a burner Mark II even give you? Only 200? So you're telling me I need 2.5 of these just for a single furnace? That doesn't feel very good. Certainly don't like that. And then Miner Mark II is going to be the next big one that I need. So Miner Mark II. 4 stone brick, 4 motor. But I need that stone brick every 32 seconds. So it's not very much stone brick. It's only 1 per 8. 1 motor per 8. You know what I might do? This is one situation where I might just build it from scratch. What does a Miner Mark I need? Just screws? So if we do motors here... Screws... Gears... Wires... let's see... Put that there, put that there. I feel like I can make this smaller somehow. Something weird. There's my 90-degree inserter. But if I put that there, then I can't get iron into that one, is the problem. Because we make screws to do that. Feed that in there. The motors get fed in. Stone shows up here, gets turned into stone brick. That gets fed in. Then we have all that we need. Copper. Okay, hold on. We need to actually make a module here. Copper gets fed in somewhere. Be stone brick there, copper there. These two need iron. Interesting. Huh. So if that's copper, I can grab it with a long inserter because the rate doesn't need to be very fast. I don't think. Yeah, the input rate on copper plates can be half. This is going to be just regular stone ore. That way I don't always have to worry about smelting it. And then I think I'm going to have to do iron out there, unfortunately. I said a while ago I'm going to stop worrying so much about making everything perfectly compact. And I think I'm going to make good on that promise. Yeah, so we'll output there. Let's do item limit of 40. We'll let this run for a while. So that we hit the item limit of 40, and then what I'll do is I'll reduce I'll set limits on these. So instead of 188, we'll do something like 160 and see if we still get it finished. Right, because we can basically save ourselves stone in the long run by doing it that way. Yeah, Vatamouse, that's exactly right. Only real time matters. You know, if it's more inefficient in game, but you save 2 real time hours making the module, then by the time you just use it in the game, it accelerates you faster, farther. You get to the higher tech sooner in real life, which means you're actually getting more efficient things sooner in real life. So you actually might end up saving time, you know, in that context. That actually worked out perfectly. Probably because it takes exactly 4 stone bricks per miner Mark II, which I would have mathed out properly if I had thought about it. Which probably means I can do 160 here as well. The iron is not going to work out perfectly. That should do it. Perfect. Okay. And then let's try 500. I think that'll probably short me a little bit on the iron, I'm guessing. I'd like to do a divisor of 10. Yeah, 500 didn't do it, so 510 should, I think. No, it didn't quite do it. Okay, so we'll have to go up to 520. That's fine. And moment of truth. Yeah, we finished. Okay, sweet. So divisor, 10, modularize, miner, Mark II. And we can just make that somewhere we have iron and copper. Yeah, I'll risk putting it over here. Oh wait, I don't have any stone. I guess we have stone right here. Alright, and then that. This. No, I switched it. Whoops. Delete, wait, don't do it yet. I need to get my hotkeys memorized. Come on now. Oh my goodness. Spaghetti monster with the controls here. Okay, there we go. And nothing's on the wrong belt? I don't think. I don't think so. Okay. Now we need to power the dang thing. And then we place miner Mark IIs in here. I think 300 is gonna be plenty in the long term. I hope. Okay, and we certainly need more iron. I figured the iron's gonna be slow. Are we feeding? So the belt Mark IIs are happening. I have 144 of those. How are the crossings going? Once those back up, that'll help. I have 544, and those are gonna back up once we get to 1,000 of them. And that'll get me a lot more iron flowing in this build. Same with the source and sinks. Those are gonna build up eventually, and they'll stop at 1,000. I have 689 and 691. Okay, so that'll be good. I also just realized. Oh, thank God! I don't need Mark II and 3 of these. Yeah, that's nice. Oh, I didn't power up the stone mining. That'll help. That should do it. There we go. Alright, do I have burner Mark IIs yet? I have 6 available. That's not very many. But yeah, basically, oh, and upgrade planners? This game needs upgrade planners, right? Because basically I just want this exact same build, and I want everything to upgrade to Mark II. But I don't think that's actually possible. So that would be a nice capability to have. It feels like the power should more than double to me, because I'm gonna need an absurd amount of power for electric furnaces. Yeah. And I think I already timed these. I think I set this up so this can handle about a 75% brownout, roughly. That's a very rough calculation, though, is the problem. It's possible it could handle more. But yeah, I need a version with Mark II. Mark II belts. Start with that. Mark II inserters. I should have a bunch of those. 1400. Yep, that's a bunch. He's a bunch. And then... oh, you know what? I just realized I probably don't need to upgrade these ones. These can still be Mark Is. Well, can they? I guess we'll find out. Let's upgrade to Mark II burners. Which you do seem to be able to upgrade in place, which is nice. And let's see if they can feed fast enough. It seems they can. Yeah, Vatamouse, there's solar, which is interesting because I don't remember seeing accumulators now that I think about it. Oh, they're right there. Okay. So there are batteries. You research them together. I could actually probably research them right now because I think I have enough RT3s for that, or at least it'll go slowly. So there's solar, which is a thing, which maybe long-term is the better solution. I wonder if you can modularize solar as well. I'm curious, if I was under a full load, would this run fast enough? I think so. I'm at 80 or 90% of a full load right now, and it's still waiting for a while. Okay, so I don't need tier 2 inserters to insert here. Just the Mark II generators, which are generating very slowly. I may need to boost that up. Those are rookie numbers. Gotta pump those numbers up. But for now, I just want to see, do we have any of these running yet? Yes, they are running. Every 2 minutes, I get 4 miners. That's not very many, but it will accumulate over time. You know, if you think about it, every hour, that's multiplied by 30, so 120 miners, right? So eventually it's more than enough. It just always feels like it starts out really slow. And yeah, I really need to get my faster iron smelting module going, which is problematic. So we come back to this problem of, I want to make a Mark II belt furnace system, but that requires electric furnaces Mark II, which I actually think is more important than solar. So I'm going to switch over to that. Yeah, so that is a little unfortunate. Should I build another one of these? The only thing it cost me is power and a little bit of setup time. So yeah, I'm just gonna build another one of these. Heck, if I use electric furnaces, it'll be even easier. I can just build it anywhere we have iron. And now I can even modify this build. Let's see. So all I need now is some iron mining. Which I'll use my 4 Mark II miners just because I can and I want to see them go fast. Nyom. So that can handle 8 regular smelters. Technically a little bit more. No! It kind of does look like an ASCII version of Factorio, you're not wrong. I just realized now, since I don't have any splitters, I can even have this just be adjacent, and that should work properly. Except for the part where... These controls, man. I spaghetti controls in most games, but I do think there are still some improvements that this game could make. Alright, 3, 4, and then I need 8. Carolgan, yeah, it does look a little bit like a ASCII version, like Dwarf Fortress meets Factorio. It does feel like that a little bit. It feels like if someone tried to make Factorio in the 90s, kind of graphically. Alright, we're technically low on power after doing that. But that'll boost our research token 1 speed, so I'm happy with that. And then we can keep working on... I only have 2 more. Okay, yeah, I need to increase my rate of burner Mark II making. Let's do new module. Let's get 2 that run constantly. I think that will be enough long term. So 32 stone bricks means it needs 1 stone brick per second for each one of these. So I need 4 of these for each of those. Not to mention however many I need for these. Because one of those also feed 32 seconds, 32 seconds. So I need 8 stone brick plus 32 more. I need 40 stone brick. So I need 1 more. That's a crap ton of stone. And then I need 4 rods apiece. Which... everything, I only need half of a rod maker, so 1 rod maker can cover both. Though I think it'll work out better like that. But that just makes it so wide. I do this. If I can get the rods in from the side. These will be stone bricks on both sides. And then the rods we'll have to make fit in somewhere. Maybe I can make them like kind of inside the build. And then they can snake over. Like this. And we're gonna need 2 fast inserters. feed those fast enough. And this is a problem. Do that. Okay, so we just need to get iron to that one. This needs... maybe I should do it like that. So we bring the stone in the middle. Yeah. And then we output... like that. And then the iron... again, wishing for underground belts. At underground belts, I could just bring it along here, but I think I'm gonna have to make this whole thing a tile taller. That feels bad. The other option is to not make it a tile taller and instead feed the iron in from the side. Which then, if I make this in the real world, it's kind of like making it a tile taller anyway, because then I'd have to run the iron along the outside of the module to get it into the side. So that feels kind of like, you know, half a dozen of one, 6 of the other. Is that... I don't know. I don't know what's best. But that'll get us burners. From absurd amounts of stone and a little bit of iron. Maybe I should just feed it iron ore instead. Can I fit one more in here? Probably. If I had one more tile, then I think I can do it that way. Because then I can move this down. No, because then I can't feed that one properly. Oh, but I have more room for this now. So this might work. I just say that because I'm already feeding it ore, and so it could be nice to just keep feeding it ore. And I could just do that. And that. I guess I need a fast longboy, which I haven't started making yet. Crap. We need that. And then you need to be fed. Need a crossing. Alright, there we go. It's not bad. Made worse, I think. Let's go till we make 60 on each. And then I'll limit the input a bit, so we don't have a ton of buffer waste. made 5120. Let's try just 4900. Let's take off quite a bit. Let's see if we still get the number we need. And 4600 and done. We still made our 60. Actually, that almost was perfect. Jeez. I got pretty lucky there. And then I can probably limit this to just 500. And then our divisor can be 20? 20 should be a good divisor. Alright. Modularize, burner, Mark II. And that bad boy is 245 stone, a minute 44 seconds, 6 burners. Cool. And all it needs is a bunch of stone and iron, a little bit of iron. So we'll put it near a stone patch here. And I can do some mining with my Mark II drills, of which I still only have 4. There's some Mark I drills as well. Ooh, electric furnace Mark II. Research is now complete. That actually should be a full belt of stone right there, believe it or not. Because 12 drills is a full belt. And so 4 Mark IIs is equivalent to 8 Mark Is. That should work out properly. And then we'll just feed these into dividers with a limit of nothing. No limit needed, because that's all this is doing. That is the nice thing about not using like a main bus or a, yeah, just a system where like the same resources are making lots of different items. The nice thing about doing it this way is like there's no reason to stop this running. It'll never help me to stop that. So I can just let it go forever, and then I'll end up with absurdly huge amounts of things, which is helpful. Then I never run out. I need to get some more power going over here of the tier 1 burners. And this is what should allow me to make power builds with tier 2 burners, hopefully. Sweet. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break and we'll be back in a minute. You guys stretch your legs, care for your bodies, and we will be right back. And we're back. Alright, did we get any yet? Did we get any? I mean, I guess we're making some naturally anyway, but... Is it running? Yeah, it's running. Sweet. You didn't stretch your legs, Wascally. Oh no! I just told everybody. But so did you. Oh man. Yeah, this is a cool game. It's got some good bones. I think a lot of those quality of life features that we've talked about in the streams will help it. Will help it be better. Modules are really cool, and having a two-phase design so that the buffers aren't wasted will help make the process of non-lossy modules way more player-friendly. And then some of those other quality of life things, like being able to, I don't know, having a better research tree visually will help, you know, being able to maybe blueprint miner stuff will be helpful. Maybe bigger ore patches or miners that will mine at their full rate regardless of where they're touching. Just little things like that will make things a bit simpler. If you could have mining inside of a module, that could be cool. I don't know how that would work exactly, so I can see why that's not a thing yet. But there we go. There's our burner Mark IIs. There's the ticket to make lots of power. Alright. Map labels is a big deal for sure, so I think that's actually, in my opinion, a must. With how, if you're gonna play late game in this, not having map labels is pretty much gonna be really rough, because you really, unless I'm missing it, I don't think there's any sort of map labels. Minor area, module internals. Oh yeah, I forgot that's a thing. Oh my gosh, module internals. You can make it so that it shows you what exists in the module rather than just a blank. I forgot about that. I think I was even giving the game a hard time for not doing that. Or for being boring. I know this is maybe being nitpicky. I would actually love a version that shows the internals but at a lower opacity, so it's kind of like faded out, or like you place this green box over the top of it with a lower opacity so that this stuff, you can sort of see it, but it's not full brightness, and this little recipe box is still pasted over the top. So then you kind of get the best of both worlds. You can easily see it's a module and it's not buildings you can interact with. Whereas right now, it's like the only thing that kind of makes it easy to see is like the outline, but it still kind of feels like those are normal buildings. So you kind of want to fade it out in a way so that you can tell that this little box is one thing, and then still put the recipe over the top that shows you that it's coal plus stone makes stone brick. Then you kind of get the best of both worlds. All that to say, I don't think map markers are a thing, which is a bummer. But yeah, now we should be able to finish our Mark II power generation here. And is that not enough coal? Oh, those aren't Mark II miners, that's the problem. Oof. I still don't have enough. Oh, here come the next four. Perfect. 1, 2, 1, 3, and 4. Just in time. And how many is this? I guess I can't really see, can I? I just have to count. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So 24. So this is 4,800 energy. So there's about 5,000 energy, basically, per one of these that I paste. Alright, alright. Not bad. So I did get electric furnaces Mark II, which means I can make a new furnace build. I'm not making them though. There's the item browser here. So furnace Mark II. Oh, that's so annoying. You have to make a burner Mark II. Okay, so that's also again, this is my opinion. I'm not necessarily right. This might not be a matter of right and wrong, but I find that if you have the same is actually happening with inserters. So let me think about the best way to explain this. Basically, if you have almost like it's like a two-dimensional tiering system where it's like, okay, you have ARM, you have inserter Mark 1 through 4. And then you also have long inserter Mark 1 through 4. It's far better to have each thing only require its parent rather than the long inserter requiring its other form of parent. Now, with inserters, it might be a little bit closer to fine because you're always going to want both types of inserters. But with something like furnaces, I don't care about furnace burner Mark IIs. I want furnace electrics, and I'm only ever going to use furnace electrics. So now you're forcing the player to make Mark II burner furnaces when they don't even care about those. They're never going to use them. Now you're just turning this into a really expensive intermediate. And I think it would be better to use the electric furnace Mark Is plus additional ingredients to make the Mark II furnaces, rather than requiring the adjacent thing plus like instead of requiring its parent of Mark I, it's requiring the adjacent thing. And the adjacent thing requires its parent Mark I. So then you're adding a lot of extra cost into that. And you're just forcing me to make something I don't want to make, which is annoying. It does look like it's the exact same recipe as the burner. How much does it really matter though? Walter, it matters because now I have to make a module for furnace burner Mark IIs. Whereas what I'd like to be able to do is use the module to make tier 1 electric furnaces, and then I use that plus additional ingredients to make tier 2 electric furnaces. I shouldn't have to go and make this other separate thing that I haven't even touched yet. Like a Mark II item should usually just be the Mark I item plus stuff. I don't think using the side grade item is a good idea. So like the similar example would be that I don't think a long inserter Mark II should use a regular inserter Mark II. I think it should use long inserter Mark I, and it should be upgraded similarly. Like I did say already, you're always going to be using both types of inserters, so that one is less of an annoyance. But for things where you can use one or the other, it doesn't make sense to require both. You're forcing the player to make electric and burner furnaces to get electric furnaces. Which again, maybe that's intentional, maybe it's supposed to be that way. I find it a little annoying. It is the exact same recipe because yeah, what this now means is I can skip over making electric furnaces Mark I entirely. And that just feels really weird. Like you make all the way up to the tier of burner that you want, and then you electrify it. And I think what makes more sense is to just have a chain for making electric furnaces. Burner furnace Mark. So I really do think I can just change this, right? I think a burner and a furnace use the same ingredients. 8 stone brick for furnace burner. 8 stone brick. Yeah. Okay, well that's at least something. That they're the exact same recipe. That helps. I don't think it's an oversight, Wascally, just because the inserters are built the same way in terms of how they're crafted. I'm trying to think in Factorio, like Bob's inserters, the higher tiers of long-armed inserters, are they using... I'm just trying to remember what they're using. With buildings, it's always just the previous... It's like the previous tier of building plus the new tier of building materials. So it's like in tier 2, it's like, okay, give me the Mark 1 of the same type of building plus some titanium. But then with... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it makes sense. I think in this case, it's just one extra step, and I don't want to have to do one extra step. So I'm going to complain about it. Complain. Burner, furnace. Nope, sorry, it says it the other way. Oh my gosh, the fact that you can't click and hold backspace is really annoying. Furnace, burner, Mark 2. Okay, so then this guy I can place out in the world near some stone. And then I need to add what to it? There's this item browser that I totally missed, by the way. Now I just add a crap ton of wire. Okay. And I do have a build for that. Up here. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this really needs some help. Imagine, I'm not even that late into the game. And I haven't even made that many modules. I feel like I could have twice as many for being this far in the game already. Imagine when you're really late in the game. This is going to be a train wreck of a thing to sort through, to be perfectly blunt. Okay. So... I think I've already said this as well, but I really think that miners should auto-output onto belts. Having to have a miner plus an inserter plus a belt makes them very unwieldy. And I think it would just be a lot easier if they just auto-output to their adjacent squares. This guy's covered. All right, and then I need iron ore here, and then I need my smelting copper there. So let's get some copper ore. I don't need a ton. I think that's probably enough. Yeah, Walter, this game feels a little bit like, and I mean, I think the dev said as much. It's basically like, I wanted to try, I tried, I think it's called Rust. So a lot of this is almost like experimental, like the dev experimenting and seeing what works and learning along the way kind of thing. It's not like I really knew what I was doing with this programming language and set out to make the perfect factory game. It's more like a little bit of learning along the way type thing. So in some ways it almost feels like a technical demonstration, you know? It's like, all that to say, it's a good game, but I think it can be a lot better as it continues to grow and the dev continues to figure stuff out. All right. Get that built. Power it all up. Okay, so we've got some coal plus copper. That gives us the copper plates for the wire. There's the wire. I need a little bit of iron ore. I'm just going by gut feeling with how much. That might actually be too much still. It's a very small amount of iron we needed for this thing. Alright, and now I can do assemblers for electric furnace Mark II. And they need a lot of wire, so we'll have the wire be close. This one will be the long inserter. Those just go straight into the dumper, as we can call it. Ah. Yeah, I don't know what that bug is all about. That's an annoying one where it just randomly click drags. As if you're clicking and dragging when you are not. Okay, I think that's it. Yeah, and that's also true, Walter. It's like there's not a bunch of libraries you can just download and use, I'm guessing. I don't know enough about it to really say more than that, other than I'm sure it's complicated as hell. And I do not envy really any developers. Developing so hard. Like, I understand it, at least enough to understand why it's difficult and how it's difficult. But I don't think I comprehend quite how it all works under the hood. You know what? I don't need more. I can just put 2 more there. Okay, so that should get me electric furnaces Mach 2, and we are really running low on power now. So hopefully I can copy my tier 2 here, which gets me a little bit more power. Yep, and then I'll need to move the mining process so it gets full amount. Okay, so there's another 5,000, and then yeah, I mean, I do understand that, like, building from the ground up is going to be way, way, way harder. Cannot afford placing all. Oh, it's the minor Mark IIs. Yeah, I figured that would be a problem, and it is. Those are being made over here somewhere. Yeah, they're just kind of getting the leftover iron is the problem. And are we backed up on crossings yet? I have 750. So probably still about an hour away from being backed up on these, and that's going to be the moment at which a lot more iron starts flowing. Because crossings are not cheap. They're freaking like 8 iron a piece or something. They're 12 iron a piece. Like, they're really expensive. That actually feels too expensive to me. It's literally the cost of 6 belts to have a single crossing. And given... Again, I feel like there's a lot of slight tweaks that could be made to make the belting and distributing of stuff a little nicer, whether that's having underground belts be added, whether that's having 90-degree arms be added, whether that's allowing for... What was the other thing? The main thing I keep thinking about? I mean, long inserters being the same speed as regular inserters. You know, now we're talking about like crossings not being, you know, 6 times the price of a belt. Little things like that. We need a few tweaks. I think what I'm saying is not having any of those tweaks. Crossings are one of the main things that do help you distribute, and making those cost the equivalent of 6 belts feels a bit extreme because you need a lot of them. Yeah, and I would also like a way to have a 2-way splitter instead of it always being 3 ways. because it always being 3 ways requires you to use even more crossings than you really need to. Yeah. Because otherwise the copper would flow onto that one. And like in Satisfactory, it works out okay because the mergers and splitters don't... It's not like there's just adjacent belts that it'll dump stuff. A mixer with 1 input connection is a 2-way splitter, but not one that you can go along a manifold like this. I mean, it would work on the bottom one, but it wouldn't work on the top one. And these don't work properly with full compression, which is a separate problem that obviously is a bug that could be fixed, and then you wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. But lots of little things. And how am I doing on tier 2 belts? Only 100? That's not very many. Yeah, I don't like waiting for things to back up either, so I probably am just gonna get more iron here. And this is the kind of crappy iron patch, isn't it? So that is not gonna be a full belt. But it'll be, I don't know, 80% of a belt or something. Yeah, Walter, that makes sense. To put it bluntly, and again, I don't want to sound rude. Conceptually, I don't think it's a rude idea, but it sounds good. It's like, I thought the game would be a little more polished, given that it was coming out of early access, is my blunt way to say it. It's a bit less polished than I kind of just presumed it would be. The dev has talked about how he almost wishes he hadn't done early access at all, and like, I totally understand that conceptually, like, I have no judgments to that. But there is a little bit of an assumption when a game goes from early access to 1.0 that like a lot of basically like polish has been finished is kind of what that generally means. Like early access is the stage of like getting all the features out, and then once all the features out, you then put in the like, okay, now I'm polishing all those features so that everything works the way users expect it to. There's not a ton of bugs, and then release 1.0. And then from there, you start to add like, oh, little quality of life things that would be nice, but aren't really a core feature, or things like that. And I think the dev kind of wishes he had started, at least what he was saying in the Discord. I think he was saying something like he wishes he had kind of just started almost in 1.0, just released the game, and just kind of that way it's a living game that keeps getting updated, and it just keeps getting better. And to some level I agree, like that might have worked, but I do feel like in this case maybe staying in early access for another year or two might have made more sense, given that there isn't that level of like kind of feature completeness and polish put in. Because you do kind of, I feel like you say to the world when you go from early access to 1.0, like, hey, I'm pretty much done with the game. There might be more to add in the future, but that's like on top of what's already a great game. Whereas in this case, I feel like it was kind of like, hey, I feel like I've finally gotten to the place where it is kind of the game I want it to be, but there's still a ton left to do on my to-do list that I haven't done. I don't know. And I realize there's also financial implications, which could totally be a reason. But that's something that at least I know sometimes players get really mad when it's like, oh, you release something to 1.0 before it should be released. That feels like a money cash grab, you know, yada yada. I don't think that's... This game is cheap enough where I don't really feel like... What am I trying to say? It almost doesn't matter how good your game is if you're selling it for $5. Like, that's a very, very low price point, and I think anyone who's complaining about what they're getting for their money really needs to check themselves when it's like, I could get 2 games at this price, or one Chipotle burrito, and I'm complaining about half a burrito's worth of video game, like, it certainly is not something where I think a player could say the dev is cash grabbing, right? Like they've marketed their game very competitively. They know that their game isn't some AAA experience, and they're not marketing it as such. So that being said, I don't think the dev did anything wrong by releasing it in a state where there's still a very large to-do list. I do think there was a little bit of surprise when I saw how many things were still quite unpolished, like the tech tree, for example, where it's like, wow, this is a pretty rough tech tree. You know, like, I think anybody can agree. And like, it can be improved. It's just still kind of rough around the edges. But I'm still having fun with it. I'm glad I've tried it out. I don't think I'm gonna play all the way to space. I do want to get to space, but I think it's just a little too far from where I am. Vadamouse, energy problem? Yes. That is part of why I'm doing what I'm doing now, is to get the iron we need so we can get more consistent Mark II miners. Because I need Mark II miners for the Mark II power generation that we're doing. And yeah, Walter, exactly. Like, it is such a low price that there's really no amount of complaining one could do about the game. And I respect that. Like, I respect that the dev is like, hey, you know, clearly visually this game is not something that competes with a lot of the games out there, and the dev knows that, like, they're still working on a lot of the core features, and they're proud of what they've produced, but they're not gonna act like it's some magical game that's millions of times better than the other games that are out there, because it's not, and that's okay. Not every game needs to be a Factorio killer, you know, nor should it be. And so I think that's actually a really interesting facet of game design, is kind of that knowing who you are in terms of game, like knowing what your game is, who the game is, and what it's meant to do. If it's not meant to take down another game or be better than another game, then I come back to those arguments of like, then lean into what makes your game unique, lean into what you like about your game, and try to lean away from some of the things that are going to be directly compared with or competing with some of the more established games in the genre. And that's kind of, in the last stream, I was sort of making the arguments of like, hey, let's not just do this basic, like, okay, we mine it, we smelt it, we turn it into a rod, and we make a thing, and I have to do that 5 million times. Like, Factorio does that, and it does it better, but you have this cool module system, so lean into making the modules really easy to use, lean into making the modules easy to connect with each other. I think that's another big thing right now that is kind of tricky, is like, these are not flexible connections. What if I could move these around the edge of the module? Wouldn't that be neat, right? Like, then it would be like, oh, okay, I have this module that makes these things and needs these things, but I can move the inputs around the edge so that they're in the right spot for what I'm currently working on. Or I could make it so that this one always feeds into the one next to it. Or if I wanted the one next to it to be on the bottom, I could have it feed in over there. You know, so just lots of little things like that. You start leaning into all of those pieces, and now you've got a really unique experience where the game is almost wholly focused around modules. And I think, at least for me, and this is just me, I'm not the dev. The dev should make the game that they want to make. But I would like to play a game that's mostly focused around modules. I almost want to, like, almost like in Shape as 2, when you start to get towards the late game, and you're literally like not even building on the belt level anymore. You're only building on the zoomed out foundation level. You're just plopping foundations. And I kind of want that experience with this game, where it's like, okay, I build a module that does some smelting, and then the modules are done in such a way where it's not wasting space or resources to then plop that module into my gear making module, and then you nest them deeper and deeper. And I think the game's close to being able to do that, and you just need some more of those features, like being able to shift around the outputs, or starting with the belt sinks and sources. You know, I'll say that again. I think that would be really good. So anyway, I think we now should have enough of these. What's the time on? Oh, it's 2 minutes for every 4 miners. I might need a second one of these. In fact, I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it. Alright, so do that. Copper. Iron. Boom. Boom, boom. Power and power. Alright. Yeah, exactly, Walter. When in doubt, double it. Repeat as needed. Double it again. Double it, double it, double it. Those should probably have a limit. 300. I still don't know if that's enough. 300 miners, though, that does last a while. But let's just do 500. Not quite doubling it, but, you know, ish. And that should allow me to copy this guy now. So space is a point-to-point rocket system. So I think it's kind of like trains, very loosely. They're not like train stations and stuff, but it's like, I think you load a rocket, it goes from point A to point B. You probably can select, I don't actually know how it works, but yeah, you build, I don't think you build space stations. I think it's just from planet to planet. And I think you need a certain amount of delta V. I saw delta V mentioned in the research tree somewhere. Or no, it was in the, when you like hover a planet. You need 1,000 delta V to get there, so that's a fuel measurement, basically. So yeah. Now my power just barely is eking by. Can I build another one of these? No, because I don't have more. Yeah, once I have more miner Mark IIs, then we can get some more power. Solar will be nice, because then you can just paste the blueprint wherever. You don't have to worry about finding coal patches. So that does seem like the future. Speaking of solar, I forgot we cut the research short. Let's finish that out. Maybe that's where we can call it a stream, is after we get solar going. I also hope, and yet am expecting not to see... Like, I'm hoping the game will tell us what the solar ratio is, like how many batteries I need. Does it? Oh, no. Doesn't seem like it. Planets have different day lengths and a maximum brightness. I really hope the game tells me the ratio of accumulators to panels that I need on a given planet, and I'm guessing it does not. And therefore I shall make another suggestion. I think the game should do that. Just because, again, this game, I think, is wanting to be a game focused on macro scale, not micro scale. So making it so the player has to literally do some low form calculus to figure out the right ratio. It's not great. I don't know yet whether the game is doing that to me or not. We'll find out once solar's researched. In a perfect world, it'll just tell me, oh, on this planet, you need 3.28 panels per one accumulator, and that will net you X power on average, you know, rather, because the problem also becomes, even if it tells you the ratio, it's not telling you the average output necessarily, because the day length is variable and the solar brightness is variable. You would need to tell the player both of those numbers. Otherwise, just one or the other of the number isn't enough info to know like how much they need to build. is my point. Now, what I can do while I'm just sitting around waiting for the research to finish is design a new smelting blueprint. So let's do Mark II. How many of these do I need to fill a Mark II belt? I'm not sure yet. The nice thing... Well... Yeah, I do want it to be fully compressed, so I'll just use long out, healer in. All right, let's see what happens then if we do input of iron ore. And then output. All right, so these have a smelt time of 100 ticks. It's so weird why the furnaces are so far off from the arm speeds. I wonder why that is. Five items. Huh. So is this gonna get close to a full belt? Not really. Still pretty far from a full belt. Some of them aren't working at all. That could be part of the problem. There we go. Now it's looking closer to a full belt. Okay. Gosh, those little janky... Yeah, and I'm sure this is extremely difficult to fix, but it does look pretty janky. When the items are like teleporting back and forth on the belt as it runs. Okay, so then we basically just want that to be our build then. And then let's go with 1,000 to start. No, we can go way longer than that. Let's go with 10,000. And how long does that take? Since I don't have to worry about coal, this is really nice because it'll be count perfect no matter what. Except for the part where I have 2 wasted squares there. All right, this will be a nice blueprint. Oh, what? Where's the extra iron? Where did you go? What? Why are you stuck there? That doesn't make sense. That didn't make much sense at all now, did it? Did it happen again? No, this time it worked. Weird. Okay, so then the divisor should be probably like 100. And then we call this iron smelting Mark II. Nice. 12,000 energy though? Oh my gosh. That's pretty painful. And I need long arm Mark IIs, which I haven't even started making yet. Very painful, huh? Okay. Well, should have time for, or resources to make a couple more of these now. So there's 10,000 more energies. And now I can do solar. Okay, so plus 250 is what it says. That says 46.88 million. So 2x2 and 2x2. But it gives me 0 numbers otherwise. That's what I was worried about. That's a bit unfortunate. It's also unfortunate because you can easily get into a death spiral if you don't have enough accumulators. So it's not just a simple idea of, oh, just add more. I guess it won't be a full death spiral because then the next day there's still at least the solar power. So you get a couple accumulators or whatever. But yeah, I need to design a solar blueprint. So. Sorry, I don't need an assembler. I can do the item viewer. So a solar panel is 1 billion copper plates, 2 chips, and 10 iron. And that's chips, wires, and cables. Okay. So, this is going to be a big module. Maybe before I even make this one, I need the influence Mark IIs. Those have a range of 20. Yeah, that's a big deal. Did I already make those? Hold on. No, I haven't made those yet. 0 available. They do use 50 energy. So you can't just willy-nilly place hundreds of them, but... chips. Every 40 seconds, huh? And that needs wire and cable. Just curious about the rates on all this. Like, if I do it that way, is that fast enough? Need 2 chips on top of... I think this will all work fine. And so then I just need an input. Oh, and this could be a situation. Let's see. 2 chips is only going to need 2 wire every 40 seconds. So yeah, I can move this. Wait, what? I don't even know what I just deleted. Oh, I deleted this one. What I was trying to do was move these over. Because then I can turn these into long inserters. And then I can output in such a way where we don't need to make the blueprint bigger. I mean, we make it bigger along that edge, but that's it. So you go out. And then you would go here for copper. iron can just be there. We do copper, copper, copper. And I missed something. Oh, shoot. This uses wire, not copper. That's definitely missed something there. Okay. Well, in that case... Interesting, interesting. Shoot. I don't know if one wire maker is going to be enough then. No, it's not. Okay, well, in that case, I can do it like that. Okay, and the reason it's not running constantly is because what? It seems to be not having enough of the Mark 1s. Correct. The Mark 1s don't have enough cables. Cables don't craft fast enough. Cables only craft a fourth as fast as they need to. Jeez. However, I think I like the density of this build, and I think I'd rather just have like 2 of these. So I'm just gonna go with it. Just gonna go with the flow. Because you don't need like hundreds of these, you know, dozens is appropriate. Let's go with 40 on the limit. We'll do a divisor of 4. Could I rearrange? I can't see an easy way to rearrange this. What I'd love to do is give some of those wires to over there, but not easy. Not easy to do. Alright, that's 40, that's 506. I'm dividing by 4. That's exactly 88. What if I limited you to 480? I feel like that's probably going to be a little short for the output. And I go up by multiples of 4. And we should end up with the proper number eventually. Oh, we got there. Perfect. Okay. So then divisor 4, modularize, influencer, Mark II. I know they're just called influence Mark II, but I like calling them influencers. All right, and that guy takes 11 minutes, though, to make 10 of them. Oh my gosh, those are quite slow. Okay, and I need copper and iron, so how about here? And because of the power cost being so extreme, I'm going to go with my old copper smelting for now. Right there. And 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That should be a full belt. Copper. And coal to smelt the copper. Yeah, because what you're doing, right, when you're doing the burner smelting is you're basically turning the coal that you're putting into you're kind of simultaneously doing an energy production at the same time as resource refining, right? Because they don't need a ton of power. But if you separate it into electric miners, then you still have to mine a bunch of coal to make the power to do the thing. But once we have solar, we can just paste that wherever the heck we want. And I think that's going to be the real trick, because solar can be turned, well, even if you can't turn it into modules, you don't have to care about where you place it, whereas you do with these. So I do think that's going to help a lot. Place that, and that. All right. So there's a bunch of copper. Split that off. And then I need some iron. As well. So I don't know. Don't need as much. But there's iron right here. Don't know. Maybe that. Influencer. All right. And then that comes straight through here, do a crossing. What's interesting is there are these different menus, right? And then, so you do F1 through whatever, and then you hit the regular number of keys to select. I still don't know how to switch between these two, by the way. But what's weird, you'd think tab would switch these, maybe? I really, C doesn't do anything. What does C2 mean? C1, C2. I don't know how to switch those. Regardless, when you copy a thing, like a miner, it doesn't switch the menu you're in. So when you're building belts, you're like, okay, 1 builds those, 2 builds crossings, 4 builds splitters, 1 back to building belts. But the problem is, those hotkeys might get ingrained in your mind a little bit, but then they don't work when you're just wanting to like copy a belt and then use your hotkeys, right? Like let's say you're doing some other stuff, you're building miners, and then you're like, okay, now I gotta work on belts. So I right click so I can get to building belts, but now my hotkeys aren't the belt hotkeys, they're still the miner hotkeys. So that's kind of a bummer on that regard. Hey Tobias, how's it going? Welcome. Glad to have you. Glad you've been enjoying the podcast. I've been having a ton of fun with it, and just all the different guests and stuff. It's been a blast. And wow, inspired to start a pie run? That is a monumental undertaking. You'll have to let me know how that goes. Feel free to hop over to the Discord as well. We do a lot of talking about Factorio over there. But yeah, great to see you. You finished a run of Crastorio. That's one of my favorite mods of all time. I think it's just such a good balance of not too hard, but also still really interesting and different than vanilla. So I do like that one a lot. All right, so this massive undertaking should end up giving us Influence Mark IIs, I think. Eventually. Yep. Is that running? That is running. Perfect. You're in the Discord? Awesome. Well, glad to have you. Thanks for stopping by and sharing those kind words. Okay. Okay, so the... Oh, cool. You can see your per minute statistics. What was I trying to do? Not that button. This button. Yeah. Okay, so once these are running, they take 11 minutes to run. That is a long crafting time. Maybe I should have had the divisor be a little bigger. So even with both of these running, that's only... I'm gonna double it. When in doubt, double it, right? We've already discussed this being the optimal strategy, so we shall double it again. Now, if you spread them out like this, you don't need as many crossings, which is kind of nice. Okay. So now we've got those going. Influence Mark 2s. Let's get some more power. Probably have enough resources by now. Just find some big coal patches here. There we go. There we go. That should be another 10,000 power. Energy units. And what was I doing? Why did I want Influence Mark 2s? Was that just because... I think that was just because I was going to work on a blueprint for solar. I think that's the only reason I did that. So now that I've got that going, I can work on solar. Chip, copper plate, iron plate. It's about 3 times as much copper as iron. So that's a thing. Chips, do they use wire and copper, right? Yeah. So I should just be able to kind of do like a feed along here. If this is the copper line, this is the iron line. I can certainly use a long inserter. That's half as fast as a regular. This one will run needing 2 long inserters. No, because I only need a few chips compared to the rate I need. And how long does this thing take? Oh, these are starting to get into big numbers. 512 divided by 3 is bigger than 250, or smaller than 256. So 1 arm is not fast enough to feed the copper plates. 1 long arm is fast enough to feed the iron plates. Because it's 512 for the iron plate. So this is actually... Oh, the top row ones are control. C stands for control. Thank you. That's very handy, Imby. So I need to do it this way. And 2 chips in that time, the rates on these won't matter. Okay. So that should do it. Except for the output. Yeah, let's do it like this. think I want a bunch of production for this, so we're just gonna do a full, basically a full belt's worth. You'll be copper. Because I have slightly more than 2 inserters worth, so I should be able to put about 5 of these along the belt. 3, 4, 5. Okay. And then total number of ticks, 500,000. Vatamouse, that is a great question. How long will a space age any percent speedrun take? I've wondered about that myself. They're adding so much to the game. It's gotta be more than 8 hours. I can't imagine beating Space Age in under 8 hours. Just the amount of stuff you have to do. And I don't think you can skip any planets. As far, I mean, I don't know if they've explicitly said that in the FFFs, but it certainly sounded like you're going to need the materials, the unique materials from each planet to be able to do whatever you need to do to get to the 5th planet. That's what's been implied with kind of how things have looked and read out. I'm also noticing the chips and wires are running for such a small amount of time. I think I could make this a lot smaller. I think what I can do is this. And then delete all that. Delete. And then I'll just copy that part. Seems like I can run 4. Can I run 5? Seems like I can run 5. The chips are still backing up. 6, 7, 8. Can I run 8? Yep, that's way better. Chips are actually still backing up. Can I run 10? The answer is not 10. So maybe 9. Oh, at this point it's 1 full belt isn't enough. That's the problem. How about 9? Seems like 8 was fine then. Oh yeah, there's still a tiny bit of flickering there. You're right. Okay, so 8's probably the right number. I think 7 would be too few. Perfect. Okay, so then that is good. I'll go to 300 on the item limit. Divisor of 3. We might go to 6. We'll see. Well, then we can get tons of solar. And then we'll do a blueprint for... And how much are we using? I guess we already know our ratio, because it does tell us that in the solar assembler. 31 to 12 is the ratio. It's about 3 times the amount of copper. Okay, so with 300, I can do a divisor of 3, and we get solar Mark 1. What does this get us? This gets us 33 plus 13.5 gets us 100 solar in 18 minutes. That is a long, long time. Let's cut that a little bit more. Let's go 12. So the ratio there... What's a fourth of 3,300? 830? Yeah. Okay. 4 minutes is a little more palatable. So we'll go with that one. And this does use pretty much a full belt of copper. Okay. So let's get one of those going. With a full belt of copper nearby. Still using the cheap smelting rather than electric smelting, just for now. Until we get this solar power stuff going. Ooh, 84 Mark II miners. We finally have enough. So I only need 6 of those to get a regular belt. That's nice. That saves me quite a bit of mining hassle. And then the coal here. I thought I counted 6, but I definitely ended up with 7 here. First moment. Okay, so that'll be 2 belts worth of coal. Alright, there's that. That'll go to an iron smelting. It'll be up here. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hopefully that ends up being enough. Alright. There we go, there we go, there we go. That guy crossing. That guy. Factorio any percent right now is 1 hour and 18. Default settings. Wait, how is any percent that much different than default settings? How is... Like, because default settings, you still get to pick your seed. Is it just that the resource patches are that... I wouldn't have imagined it would be a full hour different to do default settings rather than just kind of 600%, you know, ore patch settings. Obviously, the biters being off helps, but it shouldn't change that much. I'm a little blown away by that difference. I must be missing one of the differentiators there. That being said, I still am not sure, even with the record being the 1 hour that it is, I'm not sure that you'll be able to get under 8 hours, even with any settings on Space Age. I just think there's so much content being added. I mean, you never know. People are pretty amazing. I just think there's too much to do. The default uses a random seed. Oh! So people just have to save scum till they even get like a seed that's like reasonable? It's kind of annoying. I don't know if I like that. But a lot of speedrunning has random chance, so I guess that's pretty standard. Okay, so we've got solar panels going. Now I need a module for our friend, the battery. And this one is almost entirely copper. Look at that. 15.5 to 1 is the ratio there. And let's see. They run at 1/10 of a unit per unit of time. 1/10 of a battery per unit of time. So if I want to use a full belt, I need to use 12 units of copper. 10 of these would use about 15 units of copper. So I should be able to go about 9 of these battery makers. Control C, still giving me problems. Each one needs its own wire maker. Damn, that's a lot of wire. A lot of wire and a lot of cable. And 3 ingredients each is a pain in the butt because this game does not give you easy ways to deal with 3 ingredients. The easiest way is this. But it is a pain in the butt. Yeah. So that should get us 3 ingredients. Geez, timers start as soon as the preview opens. That's nuts. I would feel so stressed. I felt stressed doing the one speedrun I did, and that was just like, I wasn't really even trying. I was just trying to see, can I get it under 8 hours? How fast can I go if I try? Like, I didn't look at strategies. I didn't look anything up. I just figured I'd, you know, sort of go for it. And even that was like, not a super fast. You know what? Maybe we can do this a little better. So they only need cable to be fed at half rate. So what if I do... The problem is cable needs wire at full rate if cable's going full rate. If cable's going half rate, I guess I can put it here. Okay, hold on. Thoughts are forming. We could do something like that. But then the problem is we can't feed the wire. And we need 10 wire makers too, which is just absurd. This is going to be a very large blueprint, isn't it? Because I need all of these just to make the wire. For the wire alone. If I space the pairs out by 1, then I can make the wire to feed the cable maker to feed both of these, right? One cable maker should feed one of these because I need 10 every 10 units, but then I would need 2 wire makers to feed this. No, 1 wire maker can feed one of these. Right? Yes. I just need that to feed in like that. This needs to be copper. But then the problem is, if copper's here, where do I put the battery output? I guess I can put the battery on the other side now that cables are coming in. Goodness. So that can be the output. Haven't even touched chips yet. This is a total mess. This is a total mess. So... Okay. So with it like this, we've got cable being fed in. One cable maker needs one wire maker because it's 4 and 16 seconds. No, this is so, wait a second. I need one cable every 8 seconds. I need 2 cable makers per battery maker. Oh, jeez. Yeah, no, I super screwed that up. I was off in the wrong direction of a factor of 2. Holy Jesus. So I need 2 of these, both with their own wire maker, plus a wire maker. Now the chips are the ones that I don't need very many. So the chips could maybe run along now, chip. Their own. Like I could have a belt for chips, but it's like I might as well do it this way. Am I doing this right? Each cable maker needs an entire wire maker and makes 1 cable every 16 seconds. This needs 5 cable every 40 seconds, which is 1 cable every 8 seconds, which means I need 2 of those running. Yeah, and long inserters work for that. And then it also needs 10 wire every 40 seconds, which is an entire wire maker, which would be something like this. So that setup with copper flowing over here, that setup gets me everything but the chips. And that's everything but the chips for 1/4 of a belt of copper, because 3 regular inserters is 1/4 of a belt. Now the chips are going to introduce an iron cost as well. It's 1 iron plate and 1 wire. It's such a small amount of wire. I'm thinking I introduce a little bit of inefficiency here. And I use the wires we're already making, because I only need 1 chip, which is only 1 extra wire. So that basically means I need 11 wire for 1 cycle from this. And that's still a tiny, tiny, tiny amount. And then I can just have the iron running along the top here. And we will split and cross iron. Okay, so if I didn't screw up everything, then we should be pretty close to having what we need. So we've got the cable coming in, we've got the wire coming in, we've got the chip coming in. So all I need is the output, which if I could do it right, what if I'm just dreaming here. What if I oh goodness. Okay, hold on. This could work. You never know. You never know what can work till you try it. What if we did that? This feeds that wire into there and there. And then the output could snake along like this. And then we can connect them to each other without needing that tile. Yeah, okay. And then I can do 4 of these. With that needing to be a split. Another crossing there. Just make the last one equivalent. And then this last bit here we replace with sink, and these we replace with sources. Honestly, not the worst thing I've ever done. Doesn't seem to work, so there's that. Why you no worky? Because that's supposed to be wires, that's why. Batteries! Alright, I need to let this run for probably... I don't know. We'll go to like 200 and see what our counts are. Because if it's a full belt of copper in, these should be running most of the time. And they seem to be, so that's good. My buffers are huge though, so we're spending a lot on buffering here. Yeah, we got 3,700 when it should only be, what would that be? 3,100? I have 600 buffered copper. That's absurd. And it should only be 200 iron plates and it's 300. So yeah, we've got hundreds of extra. Let's try a limit of like 3,300 and 400. See what happens. The iron's gonna run out, and then that's gonna waste some copper buffers, so it is gonna be a little ugly. But we got there. Okay. Okay. Not the worst thing. So then we'll do a divisor of, I don't know, it's 10. 10 might be too long. Let's see what this makes us. Battery Mark 1. That gets us a craft time of 4 minutes. Oh, cool. Okay. Sure. That's all very doable. Okay. We'll do this guy right next to the other one. And then we'll need another copper line. Eesh, this is too close. Put it over here. Yeah, see, now we have 120 Mark II miners. That's the number we need. Those are the droids we were looking for the whole time. 8 there should be good. This going up into the coal input. Power up the corner. Alright, and then obviously we can just use a little bit of iron from this other one, because we're not using anywhere near a full belt of iron. Control C. Gotta hit it very slowly. Okay. Sweet. So that should be doing it. Do we have solar already? I do. 25 available. Yay! All right, solar, just because it makes some weird amount of sense, I'm just gonna put it at the top of the map. Oh, we need influencers too, don't we? I'm gonna use the doubles, as I can. So we'll figure out how much we can fit in one Mark II, and we'll build around that. Yeah, that's a pretty big recommendation. Not telling the player, they don't even give me the tools I need to know how to calculate it. All I know is that this can hold 46 million. Does it have a limit on input rate or output rate? I don't know. I'm guessing it doesn't. Holding 46 million, but how long will it need to hold it? I don't know the day-night cycle. I know the brightness gets up to 70% here, which would mean my solar power, 70% of 250 is, I don't know, whatever 7 times 25 is. 175 would be my daytime power rate, but I don't know how long the day versus night is. And so I can't calculate the average power output of a solar. I don't know how long the night is, which is how you figure out how much battery you need. So it's pretty obnoxious to not know any of those things, to be perfectly blunt. Because yeah, I'm just going to be spamming until I have enough. And the problem is, if I don't have enough, it'll death spiral, and then I'll just be dealing with, like, low power every day until we get more accumulators, kind of thing. So yeah, that's pretty hearty recommendation that I have, is to provide the player with that ratio. Just do the math for them. If you, as in the dev, I'm talking to you, if you happen to be watching this. If you don't know how to do those calculations, just Google the Factorio accumulator ratio, and there's formulas for those calculations there's a post on the Factorio forums that goes over how you calculate it based on the day length, plus basically you just plug in like the 3 items, which is day length, night length, and accumulator total and solar panel output. And you can do average output or regular output. It would just plug in a different way. So anyway, we've got solar going. Batteries are, I guess we just need more copper before that starts. Cool. Sweet. And then, yeah, we would just make a bunch of those. I just have 4 million. I mean, I could physically time it with my watch. If I zoom out, does it give me some info? There's at least a day length. That helps. That helps. Okay, so the day length is 20 minutes. I still don't know what percentage of the day is daylight versus not daylight versus dusk or morning. Like, how long do you get the full 70%? How long are you transitioning between 0 and 70 and 70 and 0? And how long are you at 0? I don't know. So without knowing that, you still can't calculate it accurately. So I would have to time these with my watch to figure it out. And then we could start to get somewhere. Because if I time those with my watch, and we know the max solar output is 250, and these are 46 million. Let's just do some really rough napkin math. Let's say it's 50-50. Let's say half the day is bright, half the day is dark. The problem is the transition period feels really long. We're talking like multiple minutes. So let's say it's a 2-minute, it feels like it's at least a 2-minute transition period here, which means you're only fully bright for 9 minutes, and then you have another minute of full brightness, essentially. because 2 minutes of ramping up and 2 minutes of ramping down, they make triangles. So if you think about integrals, like the area underneath the triangle, 2 of those make 1 rectangle, right? So if you're ramping up for 2 minutes and you're ramping down for 2 minutes, that's equivalent to 2 minutes of full light. So if it's 9 minutes of total bright, 2 minutes of ramp on each end. No, it would be 8, 2 minutes on each end, and then 8. Dark for 8, ramp up for 2, light for 8, ramp down for 2. Okay, so it'd be 8 plus 2. So that averages out to 10 minutes of light again. So then we would have an average output of 125 if this was 100%, but it's not. So 70% of 125 is, let me, calculator. What is that? Sorry. Someone left a really weird comment on my YouTube video that I'm going to remove. Okay, calculator. What did I say? 70%. 125 times 0.7. So that gets us 87.5 average output. So 87.5 average output. If a day is 10 minutes... Is that per second, by the way? Energy storage? Is that based on per second usage? Or per tick usage? Ah, frick. That's a pretty big question. Oh, frick. I have no idea. It's probably per tick, right? Oh, geez, I have no idea. Because if it's per second, then 46 million, if it needs to provide power, and there's a few weirdnesses with the calculation, because like when the power is ramping up for the morning, you need smaller and smaller amounts of power provided from the accumulators, to the point where even once you're generating half of the power that your base needs, accumulators are now starting to charge up a little bit, even because at some point, because solar provides more power than your base needs, right? So like accumulators don't work exactly half of the dusk or dawn. They work less than that because solar's providing more than you need when it's working. So it actually starts providing for the base, and the accumulators don't need to do anything kind of before the halfway point, and that depends on, anyway, it's a little complicated, but if I just kind of skip the complications and I say 10 minutes of powering the base, that's 600 seconds of power we need from the batteries. So if I take 600, or 46 million, 46,880,000, and I divide that by 600 seconds, then we have 78,000 units. That doesn't sound right. Yeah, this has got to be used per tick. Very much would suggest to the dev that you give the player some better numbers here. I have no idea what 46.88 million means. Because is that energy per tick? Everything is measured in per ticks, and the numbers seem way too big if it's per second. Because one of these could provide storage for 78,000 energy. I would only need one of these. Oh yeah, that's definitely per tick. Look at how fast that's going up. 1 million, 2 million. Yeah. Okay, so that's per tick. How many ticks are there in a second? That is also tricky, but we can, I think it's 120. It's like 16 milliseconds is one tick. So okay, so I need to take that, divide it, 1000 milliseconds divided by 16. There's 62.5 ticks in a second. So I need to take 62.5 times the 600 seconds of night, and we get 37,500 ticks per night. So then I take my 46,880,000. I divide that by the 37,500, and that gets me 37,500. Okay, that gets me 1250, which implies that one of these can provide an average output, if it's fully charged, of 1,250 energy. And these, we already calculated, give me about 70. Where was that number? I lost the number. What was it? It was 125 times 0.7. 87.5. So that means I should be able to do about 10 solar. No, even more than that. 1250 divided by 87.5 is 14.3. And then we'll a lot of fudge factors, so we'll say 12 solar per thing. It's 4, 4, 4. So we'll delete that one. So those are very rough calculations. I have no idea if they're right, but I think that's at least in the ballpark of what we need. So I'm making way more batteries than I need is what that kind of boils down to. Interesting. Yeah, I really would appreciate if the dev gave us those numbers, because again, this game isn't about the micro. Like, just telling the player on this planet you need this ratio would be really, really, really helpful. But at least having the day length given to us here, I can go and plug the numbers into that factorial calculator, and we should be able to get the right number now. Yep. I think. Assuming I'm understanding all of that correctly. And yeah, MB, I did already mention that it's basically the triangle that you integrate, and that turns into 50-50. So that gives us the average output. I'm quite confident that my average power output for solar was calculated correctly. The problem is the way that you have to deal with the batteries. I already mentioned this, but just like, oh, by the way, Grey Hill, you're welcome for the interviews on the podcast. I very much enjoyed it. Thank you for stopping by. So yeah, let's say your average power output is half of the actual power output of a solar panel. It's just easier to calculate that way. Let's say a solar panel outputs, I'll just use the number 1,000, but the average output is 500. Well, your base then is built to run off of that 500. So your base is using 500 megawatts, right? So then, oh, you think the transition, so you think you only get the 70% for like one. Oh, interesting. So that's even worse. So you're basically only getting an average of 35% solar brightness, because basically for half of the day you're getting 0 to 100 and then 100 to 0. There's zero actual time where it's constantly at 70%, like Factorio is. Interesting. In that case, we'll probably need even more solar panels per accumulator, or more accumulators. I will find out. Anyway, back to my point. So if your base is running off of 500 megawatts, but the solar panels make 1,000 megawatts, then when you're at only 50% brightness, you now no longer need the accumulators, right? The accumulators are neither charging nor discharging. So you have this weird, like, even though the way the solar works is like halfway in between, the accumulators only need to hold charge starting at half dusk and only going until half dawn. And so they have a different kind of timeline of when they're on versus off to the solar panels. And whether or not they start at half dusk depends on the average output versus max output of the solar, right? And so it's pretty complicated, actually. You can ballpark it pretty simply, but to actually get the exact numbers, it's a pretty complicated equation. Like once you add like terms and simplify, it's not a crazy equation, but to actually like derive it, you do have to consider all of those numbers. Anyway, if you guys are right that the day is never really fully bright and it just goes from 0 up to 70 back down to 0 in the course of 10 minutes, then oh, you're saying a quarter of the day at full power. Oh, you're just doing the division. Yeah. If half the day it's ramping up and half the day it's ramping down, and the other, well, that's half of the daylight, and then the night light is half, then you've just got two quadrants that total up to an average of 25%, which would make these only making 62.5 watts of output, which means you need even more solar per accumulator, not less. But then the accumulators need to run for roughly 15 minutes. So maybe that doesn't change my math too much. So if I'm running the accumulator for, let's say, 15 minutes, then I need to do the amount of ticks per second, 62.5. All right, don't you guys just love math streams? I hope you love math streams. That's what you get with Krydex. So 62.5 times the 900 seconds now that we're talking about is 56,250. And then I have 46,880,000 divided by 56,250 to get us 833 kind of watts per doodad. And then we have 833 over 62.5. It's 13.3, so I think my 12 is actually still pretty close. All that to say. And yeah. And I'm gonna end up with way more batteries than I need if I'm anywhere close to the right numbers here. So why don't I actually increase solar panel production? I could even produce solar panels over here. Let's do so. Let's use our new and improved smelting. Let's make a copper version of that. And it needs to go longer. Divisor's 100 for this guy. Oh, I don't have long Mark IIs though. Dang it. So I can't use this yet. Copper smelting Mark II. Yeah, I don't. Did I make a module for it though? I did. I just haven't actually used it. Funny. Okay. Let's go put this somewhere then. You know what? I feel like I have a decent amount of copper and iron over here now that I have 2 copper doodads. So let's do that. Boom, 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 boom. And that. Is there a Mark II solar panel? I think there is. No. No, you just improve their production. I think. Yeah. So there's upgrades, but no Mark II. Alright. We did back up finally on the providers, or the providers, crossings. I think, or did I? Yeah, they are backed up, but they're still buffering, so we actually caught it just at the tail end. Soon they will be no longer taxing the iron that runs along this belt. Which would be nice. What about Mark II belts? I have 1,000, that's a good number. Just gonna copy this. Make my life a little easier in the long run. Alright, so that's there, and then it'll take a minute to get started, unfortunately. And I don't have Mark II crossings yet. Yeah, having to separately make Mark II belts, Mark II crossings, Mark II things, Mark II splitters. Then if you want to use the overflows, you've got to make separate Mark IIs of those. That's really, really painful. Like in my mind, I think what would be best, whatever that's worth, which is very little, these should all just be like a chip plus a belt for Mark I. And then for Mark II, it could be like a more advanced chip. So then you can have a line of belts, and then you can just have one assembler for each of the various like modifications of a belt. So you've got like your crossing here, and then you've got your thingy here. Wait, it is that. Oh, but only for Mark II. Because those are screws, those are rods, and those are chips. Weird. Wait, what? No, it's weird. The overflows are weird. But crossings, mergers, and splitters are all just motor plus belt. But that's not true. That's screw plus belt, but that's not screw plus belt. Okay, that's just weird. Those should be the same vibe. If those are belts plus screws, these should be belts plus screws. I also think these are all too expensive as well, but... Or at least the crossing is. These, I feel like, are fine to be a little more expensive, because you don't use quite as many of them, but crossings should be like 2 belts and 2 screws, maybe. But yeah, the tier 2s should all... I like that the tier 2s are just belt plus 2 motors. I think, again, they're way too expensive. 4 belts and 2 motors just for a single crossing is actually adding up to the point where it's like, that's expensive. Even if you automate it, you're still going to run out of them. Because you need a ton of crossings because of the fact that there's no undergrounds or sideways inserters or other ways to maneuver these, you're constantly having to use crossings everywhere. So I'm not a fan of how expensive the crossings are. Anyway, all that to say, I still think my idea of they're all just drawn from the same pool. You make one special belt item, and then when you build any of these, it draws from the same pool. I think that's my favorite idea, personally. That seems to make the most sense. And then we need another solar panel maker. Six and 6. Perfect. No, I did 7 again. It's so weird. How do I keep ending up turning what I think is 6 buildings into 7? Don't know how I keep doing that. Alright, and then... Wait. No, I did that wrong. Okay. Influence. All the things. So power is saying, I don't know, there's all sorts of graphs that are just divided by different amounts. Okay, so we got that. That's connected. That's not right. Alright, so that should get me some more solar. I think the amount of batteries we have is plenty. If I did the math right, we only need about 1/12 as many. On this planet, obviously on other planets that could be different. The longer the day length is, the more you need. The smaller the day length is, so Moon Jeff here will need fewer accumulators because the brightness is the same. That one has an even shorter... Oh, Wally got a moon named after him. Congratulations, Wally. So that one you would need very few accumulators because the day length is so short. Here the day length is 2 hours, right? So you need a lot of accumulators. The fact that the brightness is lower means you actually need fewer accumulators. However, so I should rephrase that. You need fewer accumulators per solar panel, but because the brightness is lower, you end up needing just more solar panels overall and the same amount of accumulators. So it's kind of a weird, like, you know, you're tweaking 2 knobs at the same time. And one of them's changing the ratio, one of them is changing the amounts that you need. But all together, we should now have more solar production. Just gonna take a minute to start running. Influence, present. This is running. Okay, good. Good. Solar feels so good, though. It's the same as Factorio, just being able to, like, paste a giant blueprint that you slowly and slowly are accumulating, you know, infinity of these anyway. And just knowing once you've placed it, it's fire and forget. Now, the same is true of coal power, except for the part where you have to paste it properly over a coal patch. Right? Because the ore is infinite, but it's not... You can't just paste it wherever, because the ore isn't wherever. And so it's really nice to be able to do solar that way, because then you don't have to manage anything. Don't have to manage anything special. Yeah, 830 copper plates. Is this using about a full belt? Because this, we already decided these belts are about 12 per second, I think. No. No, 12 inserter, it's about 3 per second. Yeah. So then 3 per second, and this takes 280 seconds times 3. So this is about a full belt of coppers. That's right. Cool. And every solar panel that gets made, we decided, is about 60 energy average. That's not very much. I mean, this thing alone, 372, 670. I mean, all of this is taking a few thousand. But that's the same in Factorio, you know. Solar panel patches need to get very large before they're doing much. Large and in charge. Ah, ran out again. Yeah. We probably will not ever struggle with power again, though. Until, of course, we start needing to use tier 5 electric smelters or whatever, and they're taking like 5,000 power apiece. But I think this build, you know, it's just constantly ramping up. Every solar panel we make is infinite energy forever. So... And now I'm making 50 every 4 minutes or something, which is multiplied by 15. 750 an hour. 750 times 62.5 is... So every hour I'm getting about 46,000 energy to work with from now on. That's pretty good. Yeah, I don't think I'll have to worry about power for a long time. I think I mathed that right. Did I do that right? Because I get 50 every... I guess it's like 4.5 minutes, but yeah. That's pretty much it. So... Yeah. Right now, before this, I was only making about 80,000 in coal power. So... 2 hours of this solar panel production is already caught up to all the coal power I ever did over here. Plus, I think there's even still some coal power at my original base. Yeah, this is all coal power. So yeah, it'll be nice to be able to ditch all the coal power. But, sweet! Well, we did it. We got to solar power. We got to what will now be infinite power for the future, which is a great, you know, standing point. Launching point? A place to stand on so that you can then get to electric furnaces, because those are expensive in terms of power. And then from there, all our Mark II blueprints, and eventually working towards research token 4s, but didn't quite get there in this stream. And yeah, I think, can the solar panel be inside the module? I don't think so. No. It shows you in the bottom left here, like the planet and planner. And if it doesn't have a little green X on planner, you cannot put them in the planner. I could see... I guess it would need... To work in the planner, it would need to sum all of the solar panels into one big solar panel. Which seems like it should be possible. So I actually don't know why that wouldn't be a thing. Maybe it's just the way solar's done in the game, it doesn't work, right? But I could see that being something that gets added. Solar feels doable to be part of a blueprint. The mining, I can understand why that's really tricky, but the solar could make a lot of sense. And accumulator, same thing. It just adds up all the accumulator energy into one big accumulator. So, anyway, I do think I'm going to call it a stream there. As always, thank you guys for watching. We are just around the corner, 1 week from today, to playing Satisfactory, which is very exciting. So, I'm very much looking forward to that. And yeah, if you guys have more to chat about, come over to the Discord. Always a good time over there. I'll see you guys next time. Yeah, you're welcome, Vatamouse. See you later.